Welcome everyone to day 2 of Low Ink July. We're started off with two teams, Sekiznaga and Myopsidus. It's kind of hard saying these words, but
it's all good.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the alpha bracket today. I mean, we start with a new format completely. Compared to day 1, we're doing counter picks.
Yeah, for the first time in Low Ink history, if I remember correctly. So, this is a heads up. The way counter picks are going to work is that whichever team wins game 1, which is on a preset map mode combination, which is always going to be splat zones on something. For this game, it's Skipper Pavilion. But whichever team wins game 1, the other team will be able to pick from a pool of map mode combinations. It's the same one that's just in the Low Ink Maps channel, which if you're not in IPL's Discord server, I don't know why you wouldn't be. But there's my shilling for the day. But yeah, losing team of each game will be able to pick the map mode that they want to go onto next, with the one caveat that they cannot play on a map or a mode that they've already won on from the game beforehand in the set. Yeah. So, start out, we have Sekiznaga and Myopsidus. It's going to be round 1 of Alpha Bracket of Low Ink, July 2021. Delta, do you know anything about either of these teams? Outside of that their names are somewhat hard to pronounce?
I personally haven't played against them in tourney before, or they seem to be new to me, but I think I might have played against Sekiznaga, but other than that, I don't know much about either of them. So I guess we'll get to see what they have in store for us today in our first match on Skipper Zones.
Yeah, I'm very excited. It's always fun to see how a team is going to approach a map like Skipper, just because it's so different from most other Splat Zones maps in the game. But either way, we're going to go ahead and get a chance to see how they tackle Skipper Pavilion Splat Zones right now. We have Myopsidus in the, I believe they're in the sort of greenish, teal, whatever you want to call it. And I think that's going to be Sekiznaga in the pink.
Two juniors on both sides of the teams. Looking forward to this play. It's just going to be a bunch of bombs from either side. But starting with an early armor, 20 seconds into the game, Sekiznaga is just trying to get that control immediately. They want to get those points down. They want to win fast. This map, I feel, is very lockdown heavy. Like, once you take control of the top and the right, there's no way you can really get in apart from a special push.
Yeah, and I do think having that custom Hydra is going to help a lot with that, especially when the backline counterpart on Myopsidus is that vanilla jet squelcher. I do like the usage of the vanilla jet squelcher here. Not sure how well Toxic Missile is going to affect it. Good job by them to dodge the missiles, but will go down after. However, Myopsidus will manage to take the zone in the process as 2 go down on the side of Sekiznaga, just down to the 2 armor weapons, and that can be enough at times, but they're definitely going to wait for the rest of their team to come back to help them.
I like Sekiznaga's play right now. They're not pushing in too far. They're waiting to use their specials and coordinating a push right now. Just slowly but surely making and inching their way to the zone just so they can capitalize. Right now, they may have lost the lead, but it wasn't too big of a lead, just a few seconds. But now that they have the zone back, it's just... we're just waiting and killing whoever comes in.
Yeah, they do lose their K-shot in the process, though, and that's going to afford Myopsidus another chance to cap the zone right now. They do have a whole bunch of players pushing in towards Sekiznaga's side of the mid, and they lose both their Splattershot Junior and their custom Hydra. I think that was the Splattershot Pro also went down as well, so Myopsidus just has firm control over mid right now.
Yeah, but as you saw earlier, while Myopsidus was going for those 2 kills on the right, Sekiznaga got a cheeky cap on zone to give a little bit more countdown timer and like a penalty on Myopsidus, which is pretty good play, but ultimately it left them at a 2v4, which still isn't favorable for another cap for Sekiznaga.
Yeah, it almost feels like a play you might see in more of a desperation mode. And after Myopsidus went ahead and recapped the zone, they were able to work through a significant amount of their penalty points as well as just the regular points. Myopsidus does see control of the zone as one of their players does go down. However, they're trying to fight. They're not making it easy for Sekiznaga. They're continuing to push in. Missiles are going to come out as well as the Toxic Mist. Bomb's going to come out. Good job to delay the Booyah Bombs. Not land on those immediately, I suppose. And it looks like Sekiznaga has enough control over mid right now.
Yeah, those two down going down from Myopsidus is very bad in this situation. It takes too much time to get it from spawn to zone that, yeah, they'll just lose the lead. And given that there's such a small lead till KO, it's all desperation plays right now. If they don't get in now, they won't cap zone and they'll lose the game.
And that's what's going to happen. Myopsidus just not having enough players to cap zone, especially when faced with that Hydra right there. So Sekiznaga takes game 1, and now for the first on-stream counter pick.
Yeah, I think really what this match was a battle of the backlines. We had like the Hydra, which really just held on to whatever position it was in. It could just take in any area of the map and rightfully so. I mean, it has long range and somewhat of fast kill time from a distance, but comparably, they just had that V-Jet. V-Jet is somewhat like a midline since it has missiles and burst bomb. It doesn't really do exactly the same thing as a backline does, despite the weapon. And I'm not saying that that was the issue, but given that they couldn't really reach the Hydra after they capped the zone, maybe they're gonna go for a different backline pick on the side of Sekiznaga. Alright, this was Myopsidus, my bad. Myopsidus.
Okay.
In the next counter pick.
Yeah, and keep in mind, if they do want to continue using that Jet Squelcher as their backline, they also have the option to go for more of a smaller map, something close quarters, or you could just pull out the custom Jet Squelcher and just go Black Belly, because we were discussing this earlier. It feels like custom Jet Squelcher is one of the weapons that can benefit from more of a close range, or just having the weird Black Belly shenanigans. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point.
You know, I kind of agree with you on this. Instead of changing what weapons they play, they could just change what maps and modes they're playing in, which in fact is we're moving to Tower Manta is somewhat close quarters. Like we have the street and the sneaky, and they're all very small areas. They're very tight. Perfect for weapons like carbon and whatnot, who just run in and then just swing and then kill stuff. But I wonder if they're gonna stay the Hydra on the side of a Sekiznaga, or if they're gonna swap something else. But this is a very interesting counter pick to choose after losing the zones map.
Yeah, I don't think either team has subbed in. We do see that there are a lot of players on both these teams, so that's another option if you're looking to change up your weapon pool. But yeah, I would anticipate that we're probably not going to see the Hydra again, just because of how much of a risk-reward scenario it is to get the Hydra set up. I think it's skewed way more towards the risk on a stage like Manta Maria, where it's going to be a little bit harder for them to get set up.
Yeah, it's very snowbally in this area. After the first checkpoint, you kind of just win. If you have beacons, that is. You can just keep jumping to the beacons and keep taking your checkpoints. It's super snowbally map, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. But anyway, let's see what they're going to go for as we head into Game 2 of Round 1. We are going to be seeing that Jet Sculpture come back. I think that is just the vanilla Jet Sculpture as well, so opting not to go for the Ray. Meanwhile, on the side of Sekiznaga, we are going to be seeing a switch onto the Heavy Splatling remix, or not remix, just the Hero Splatling replica. That was the R word I was looking for. So they will have that same rate to work with.
I really love this pick for the Crapid right now. This is a really good Crapid map because like anyone who runs on the grates just instantly dies because they can't move away from the Crapid shots since they're so huge. But
in addition, having that radius from just the normal shots makes it a little bit easier to clear corners. It's not going to be the easiest thing in the world to do, but you do have that option to just shoot around the corner, sort of Free Fire-esque. And
good 2 kills on the side of
Myopsidus.
Yeah, Myopsidus, right? They're just taking first checkpoint right now, and they have all 3. I mean, they have 3 specials right now. It's really gonna make this tower push as long as possible. Still holding Baller, but not really a good place to use it at the moment.
Yeah, it does seem like the tower sort of advanced past the push, though, so that will result in Sekiznaga able to clear off the tower. Nobody's on it for them yet, but they are starting to take further control of mid if they can get into the situation to take it. Baller will be popped, and the K-Rapid user will go down immediately after that. Yep. So Sekiznaga, in a 2-up situation, they do lose their Splatter Shot program.
It's not the biggest deal at the moment since both sides are all respawning, but a little unfortunate there. Their push is going to be cut short by this V-Jet because it's just going to take this area and just shoot from a higher ground. So I'm not sure if dropping up this situation would be that great since they can just get rushed in, but they're really just taking whatever space they want and keeping it, just pushing away Sekiznaga and not allowing him to move any further.
These specials are going to come out on the side of Sekiznaga, though. They want to continue to advance the tower, trying not to fall behind. They lose their K-Shot as the bombs are going to come out on the side of Myopsidus. They do lose the Jet Sculpture, and with that, they also lose their range and their Toxic Mist, which has been very useful in slowing down Sekiznaga so far. However, Myopsidus finds another couple of picks, and they will manage to take the tower. It looks like the push is probably going to be over, but the K-Rapid falls, and Sekiznaga showing that they still have some bite left in them.
See, I don't think Myopsidus is trying to go for a push at the moment. They really don't have the specials to go for it. They're riding the tower, but not for long and not for much, because they just can't push in. It'd really be invading on Sekiznaga's space, but not doing so just allowed them to have lose all that mid ground. So they lost their bunker area and ride as well. Like they're really stuck in street, which is a very bad position to be in. So it just lets the other team push in the tower as much as they want.
And the pick that one of the Sekiznaga players found on the V-Jet is going to mean that they don't have to worry about that Toxic Mist. It's looking like they're going to take lead. Only the V-Jet up, missile's going to come out, and the missiles and the V-Jet combo will find 2 of the necessary picks. Pure Splatling Replica jumps out. Myopsidus survives, but does lose the lead.
Now there's still a minute left, a minute 15 left in the game. It's not the biggest lead in the world. With just a few specials, I'm pretty sure Sekiznaga can go back. Myopsidus can come back and take that second checkpoint, which is probably what they're thinking about right now. They're really using their specials. They're popping the missiles. They're waiting to pop that bomb rush and the baller. As we see here, trying to protect the tower since they're getting raped. But it's just bombs upon bombs. Oh, 2 go down on the side of Sekis. Oh, why? This is what they were looking for. They go past second checkpoint. Oh, stop. Yeah. Second checkpoint, and now they're getting super close into their base.
Yeah, just the missiles making it very hard for Sekiznaga to hold a specific area in general, as well as just having all the players there will help the push continue. They do manage to find 2 picks, however, so it looks like Myopsidus' push will end at 24 points remaining. But still, Sekiznaga has to pretty much hold on to the tower for the entire rest of the game right now, and they don't have that many specials to work with. Armor going to be popped, but they are going to lose their K-shot in the process. And now that they don't have the armor, the only special left for them is that Stingray.
Yeah, and that won't be enough on the side of Sekiznaga, as Myopsidus takes the second game win.
Yeah, for a little bit on the on their push to take the lead, I was worried about the Ray specifically, just because I noticed, like, with a minute left in the game that Myopsidus was running a composition without armor, instead of opting for double missiles, that baller that could sort of ride the tower if you need it to, and the suction bomb rush. And I think it ended up working out really well for them. It didn't look like the Stingray was ever that much of an issue. More so just a nuisance that they had to deal with occasionally when they were pushing. But all in all, just really well played by Myopsidus.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It's a really good counterplay. Instead of trying to fight that the long range, they just bother it so much that I can't keep a single position without being targeted by missiles or maybe one of their frontliners. It's just great understanding of I guess not only just map counter picks, but the weapon counter picks as well.
Yep. It will be Sekiznaga's turn to counterpick, however, and given that there are a lot of maps and modes to choose from, they can probably find a map mode combination that works well for them. They are not allowed to go back to Splat Zones, however, or Skipper Pavilion, which I would assume is just a Splat Zones map, so it's not like it would matter that much anyways, but either way, still lots of maps for Sekiznaga to choose from.
Yeah, I bet that they might choose something big like...
Oh, I take that. Skipper Pavilion is also a tower control map.
So you can choose same...
They can't
map.
choose tower control Skipper Pavilion, but they could choose a different tower control map. It looks like... Yeah.
Rainmaker Humpback. I'm not so sure about this decision. I guess the Hydra can really take positions in the hills, but this might be just
This is another one of those maps where it feels like it's gonna be a challenge for the Splatling to set itself up well.
Right. Yeah, I'm not so sure if this was a right counter pick for them. But it really depends. It's like you said in the last match. It's high risk, high reward. If they just lose their plat, then it's very hard to get back in. But if they just take the opponent's plat, then they practically win the game. So I guess it's just a fight for who can take mid first, and then who can take the other team's plat. Yeah. Or alternatively, they could just change their comp completely. Did they swap any of their players? I don't believe so, right?
I don't think so, but I wasn't paying close enough attention. I was going over the map list. But we aren't sure entirely what these players are capable of, as we said earlier. Not extremely familiar with the teams. However, I do think that this map is going to necessitate sort of a different playstyle at the very least from Sekiznaga, if not a composition change. But either way, we're gonna go ahead and get into Game 3, and we'll see if the players on Sekiznaga have made any significant changes.
We say, oh, actually, it's the exact same comp as beforehand, right? I believe so.
Yeah. Yeah, on the side of Sekiznaga, they continue with this Splatling, Splattershot Junior, Splattershot Pro, and Kenzie Splattershot that they've been rocking with pretty much the entire game. Meanwhile, on the side of Myopsidus, they're going to bring out, I think, 3 new weapons from the set. Or, no, I think they did have the Soda Slosher earlier.
Yeah, but the NZAP and the 52 completely new choices. And I think it's a great option for this map. But Sekiznaga at the moment taking mid, and Rainmaker pushing it up 2 down on the side of Myopsidus. This is the push that they've been looking for. This is what I was talking about, the high risk, high reward. They have Ray, they have 25, huge push, only 4 minutes and 10 seconds in. Like, that was huge. The only problem with this now is that LDE is active on the side of Myopsidus, and it really depends on if they're running it or not, but that was a great push on the side of Sekiznaga.
Myopsidus back to full strength here. They do, Sekiznaga also has 4 players up. Inkling are going to be popped as the Rainmaker falls, still in a bad spot for Myopsidus. They will be able to clear it out somewhat easily just because of where it is. It's not going to be the easiest for Sekiznaga to grab if they want to try and continue pushing. So it looks like Myopsidus will just hold on to the Rainmaker for a bit, let the rest of their team respawn, and sort of force the issue onto this side of the map. And they do take at least 1 player down on the side of Sekiznaga, but the Stingray in response going to find the Rainmaker. The Vanilla Jet Sculpture is down, and it's still under contention, but it looks like this push isn't going to go that much further.
Yep, Sekiznaga is just hampering all of Myopsidus' advances. Like, every time they try to push in, they just use a special to counter it. We saw earlier that the K-Shot just went in and got a trade. A 3v3 is a pretty terrible position to be for the Rainmaker when Sekiznaga has the Ray, but here we see the Rainmaker pushing up, Meteor Bomb stopping it from going any further. As we see, the Slosher just trying to get whatever kills in front of the Rainmaker so they can get the lead. They get the lead by 2 points. This is pretty big, honestly. Getting back to that 23 position is kind of hard, but there's still a whole half the game left.
Yeah, after what happened was the heavy splatling went down in the process, and after that point, the rest of the players on Sekiznaga either were respawning or weren't in the best position to actually contend with the Rainmaker and the bucket combination. They are going to continue trying to push it up this left side of the map, however, and if Myopsidus isn't careful, this could be lead for them.
Yeah, left side is a very tricky way to get into the Rainmaker a easy lead. The issue is it's super hard to get there. You just go through the enemy's base twice in order to get your Rainmaker up once. It's comparably to the right push, since all you have to do is take mid and you can get into their elbow. But Sandia finding a good pick on the Rainmaker on the side of Sekiznaga. They're just holding their own at the moment.
Yeah, ultimately, that pick isn't going to be the most high impact because the rest of the players on Sekiznaga aren't in a good position to capitalize on it. And the Rainmaker is pretty much just in the same spot. Booyah Bomb unfortunately going to whiff. Sandia in a bad situation right now. They're going to have to jump out as the Rainmaker falls. So Myopsidus looking like they're going to be able to hold on. They just need to hold on for another 50 seconds at most. Or at least, assuming that there's no overtime.
They might decide to push the Rainmaker even more. Having the Rainmaker in the opponent's base makes it harder for them to get it into yours.
And it's down to just the Splattershot Pro. Booyah Bomb going to come in clutch right there. So the rest of Sekiznaga is going to be able to respawn. 3 go down on the side of Myopsidus though. And if Sekiznaga can take control right here, they might be in a good situation. Armor going to come out. They're going to try to keep pushing forward, but here comes Myopsidus. They're going to continue to try and hold Sekiznaga out of their own base. Rainmaker has been picked up by Sandia. That means that they don't have access to the one special that they have online. They're going to keep trying to push in. They're going to keep trying to push in. Booyah Bomb coming out. Rainmaker Explosion going to find 1, but it's down to a 3v3. Sandia in a bad situation, and the flank coming in clutch for the side of Myopsidus. They take game 2 and are on match point.
Yeah, I feel like Sandia didn't realize that the one thing that's really helping them in this Rainmaker fight is the Ray. You have to push in with Ray, and you have to defend with Ray. If you cut down the the Rays you have, and you pick up the Rainmaker, you just lose your biggest pushing tool. But Either way, so that was a really good match from both sides. Really trying to just push each other's lead further and further. Just by 2 points. It was just a 2-point game, which is unfortunate, arguably.
It is Rainmaker. It all comes down to just that one push. You can be losing an entire game, and then just like that, you can be winning. I wouldn't quite say that that's what happened here, but it was just that one push out of Myopsidus that they did work for. They worked for it really well. Good special coordination to push in. Good job, especially regarding the Rainmaker and the Bucket, to take out the Splatling and then continue to push forward. And now, Sekiznaga, they need to come up with a better answer on counter picks, or else they risk just being out of the tournament.
Yeah, Myopsidus has the lead at the moment, but the unfortunate thing about that is that Sekiznaga gets to counterpick. Is it again? Again, right?
They do get to counterpick again, and they can go back to Rainmaker if they so desire. Even that they did not win this one, unfortunately for them.
I hope they choose something like a what is it, albacore. That'll just be perfect for the Splatling, or the Hydra that they used to play. That definitely the map they need to get maybe a win or something, a cheeky win at most.
They could go for new Albacore Hotel Clan Blitz if they really want to take Albacore, but that is the only Albacore mode on the map pool right now. And they couldn't go back to Splat Zones even if it was on the map pool. And that is where their one win of the set has come so far. I don't think we've seen any substitutions either. I'm not sure what exactly the procedure is for substitutions and counterpicking. I don't know if you have to substitute before or after.
I think you just leave the lobby and then join back in.
I mean, like, are you allowed to substitute players in after knowing what the counterpick is?
Oh, I guess you'd have to say that in chat. You know, in the Battlefly chat, we're picking this, we're subbing as well. You know, so you give time and learn to change. But that is a good thing to bring up. Subbing is only helpful when you know what maps you're gonna play, right?
Yeah. But either way, I think both teams are opting to not substitute, at least until the counterpick's decided. We should be getting the counterpick stage in any second now. And right as I say that, I believe we got it.
Tower control, Starfish.
I like this. I
really like this too.
There's a lot of open terrain, especially in the center, that Splatling can get set up in. And I feel like the siege or the Jet Squelcher. We've seen both custom Jet Squelcher and vanilla Jet Squelcher, I believe, at this point. I believe the Jet Squelcher is going to have a harder time dealing with the Splatling's range. However, they do like to run the bucket on the side of Myopsidus, and Starfish is a map that has a lot of opportunity for flanking.
Lots of ledges.
Yeah.
Mind you.
There's a lot of room for Myopsidus to play in on this map. But if Sekiznaga can get set up, I think that this is a good counterpick on the side of Sekiznaga.
Yeah, actually, I feel like it's a great map for both sides. They just have good weapons for both Sekiznaga and Myopsidus. Just different kinds of weapons, definitely. The back lines on the side of Sekiznaga, and then the front lines on the side of Myopsidus. But I'm not sure if they might change it up completely and go to different weapons and whatnot. I hope so. I'd like to see something new.
Yeah, it seems like we've been seeing the same 4 weapons on the side of Sekiznaga. Meanwhile, Myopsidus playing a few different ones here and there. Imagine shower water. We are going to be seeing the Kenza Rapid Blaster coming back out. I don't think we're seeing that many changes on the side of Sekiznaga outside of outside of the Splatter Shot being changed to a 10-attack Splatter Shot. I think that this makes sense too. Just being able to use that Inkjet to sort of exploit the various ledges and whatnot.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, on the side of Myopsidus, we're also going to be seeing that foil squeezer.
Yeah, this is a great map for Jet, so I understand the T-Tech decision. Just pretty smart. But both sides are just fighting from mid from afar. Not really any fights taking a time. They're just like inking and then backing off. Little mid laner battles. I mean,
yeah,
mid-line battles.
And a good call by the Jet on the side of Myopsidus to not use the missiles immediately, instead using the scope of the missiles to get a little bit of information. And they are going to get a pick along the right side of the map because of that. Baller coming out from Delta. They're going to drive the Stingray back. Well, I guess the Stingray and the heavy Splatling back. So Myopsidus has a nice opportunity. Booyah Bomb going to mitigate that, however. And with the Kenza Rapid also going down after the Baller was pushed, that play won't especially be the most impactful yet. So Sekiznaga now with an opportunity. They do lose the T-Tech to a Splat Bomb though. Stingray and Replica back up on the side of Sekiznaga though.
Yeah, it really looks like Myopsidus is just staying in mid and keeping it. Not much that Sekiznaga can do at the moment. I feel like their heavy is just not really well positioned. They should be on sniping lane, shooting down anyone who tries to get on tower. But they're watching their flanks, and the Jet Squelcher sadly goes down. This might be the time to push for Sekiznaga. They're trying to push in. We see the T-Tech popping Jet against the Crapid, and they get the lead, despite not being too much. But probably what they've been looking for. They're trying to get the first checkpoint and clear it.
Yeah, and the Booyah Bomb coming out is going to drive Myopsidus back a ways. It looks like they are going to get this first checkpoint. Baller rushing down onto tower, going to get nudged off at the last second, however, but able to find the pick immediately after the Baller pops.
Great team play here. We see the Toxic Mist being thrown at the tower and the Baller being popped at the same time to stop the people on tower from moving and then killing them with the Baller. It's genius.
Yeah, and that's one thing I've really liked about it. When I first saw the decision to use the Vanilla Jet Squelcher instead of the Custom Jet Squelcher, I was worried that they wouldn't have that Stingray, which is pretty nice for tower control. But they've been using the missiles just so well, especially in the double missile combo with the burst shot.
Yeah, it just keeps pushing the enemy back. After one missile, you push, you move backwards to not get hit, and then you get missiled again, and then you have to move back again, and you just lose whatever space you had, or whatever space you were trying to control.
And it's done a lot to displace the heavy Splatling as well.
Yeah, this is definitely not the most favorable comp against this Splatling, but I guess Naga still has the lead, which is pretty fortunate for them since they're in the unfavorable position at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Myopsidus does lose the tower again. Missiles coming out. They do have the bubbles to work with on the side of that foil squeezer, however. But the Booyah Bomb going to shut down.
Yeah, and the heavy.
Shut down yet.
Yeah, Sekiznaga not really pushing up here because they can't. They're 2 down. And 2 go down on the side of Myopsidus. This might be like, they definitely stopped the tower right now, is what they were looking for.
Yeah, just a great solo play out of the Centopia right there. Foil Squeezer finds 2 though, and just like that, Myopsidus has another opportunity to push if they can displace this heavy. Finally in a good position, and just like that, Toxic Mist and some bombs going to force them to back up. Myopsidus continuing to push with the Stingray coming out. The other part of the heavy coming into effect right here. Baller going to be used sort of as a counter to that Stingray, given that they don't have the armor to work with. And Myopsidus in a good position. They've driven Sekiznaga back, and they've taken the lead. They just need to hold on for a few more seconds, and they can win this set off of that one push alone.
Yeah, they just got a 6-point lead. Sorry. A 12-point lead. It's pretty big at the moment. With 9 seconds on the clock, it's kind of hard to get that push because they have to push with whatever they have now. They have to get on the tower, and they have to win this. But otherwise, this missile's just super unfortunate getting the tower rider. And there we go. The set goes to Myopsidus.
Yeah, Myopsidus just... Those missiles just so well used. Just incredibly well used. Saved for just the last moment. They tried to get some back on the tower. Inkjet sort of acted as a hindrance right there, just because they couldn't have the 10 attack, or not the 10 attack on the tower to help fight off the Myopsidus attackers along with the heavy Splatling.
Yeah,
and
we
Sekiznaga just unfortunately going to fall.
We saw a total of 15 missiles from the side of Myopsidus that last round.
Absolutely insane. Anyways, we are going to immediately go into our next match, which we have ready. We're going to be seeing Game Over versus Sirius.
Now, I've actually played against Sirius before, and what can I say? They are seriously good players.
Yeah, Sirius is one of the teams that I'm a little bit more familiar with. I don't completely remember what they like to run, but I do remember them playing very, very well the last time I got to watch their play.
We'll be starting off round 2 on Splat Zone Starfish. Which is kind of funny since we just got a Starfish, right? We'll be going back into Starfish to see arguably a different kind of style of play for this map. It's the first, Tower Starfish is more about controlling different spaces. You move from mid to right to left, so you have to control mid, right, left. But here we just try to lock people out more so, because since you have the high ground off zone, you just shoot people down who are trying to go in. So we might see a lockdown heavy comps from both sides of Sirius and Game Over.
It's so funny because I've played Valorant too much that I can't hear lockdown without immediately thinking of just a very specific player, and it's just like it's just like retooling my brain to just be like, oh, lockdown, just like everybody can lock down, not just Killjoy.
The Valorant brain rot.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
Now we're just missing 2 more players to get into the lobby, and then we can start our first match.
Da Vinci?
Da Vinci? Oh, we're getting some hype in chat.
Yeah.
Starfish again, let's go!
Is chat going? I have made it a policy to just not open Twitch chat while commentating, but I think I'm gonna break it this time. Given that we do have a little bit of downtime.
Yeah. Starfish, my beloved. Yeah. Oh, super unfortunate on the side of the prediction. Sekiznaga with 93%.
Yeah, I just clicked into that.
Whoever those 5 people were, you really cashed out today.
Yeah. Shoutouts to Bowen Hay, who apparently got the best end of that.
Ooh, we see some Game Over hype.
Yeah, but I do believe we have everyone in the lobby. We're just I guess we're just waiting on everybody to get set up. Congratulations to Stormstruck for getting a whole 602 points from that set. And Delta, you have been found out.
Found out?
Yeah, Red Sus Delta is commentating apparently.
No, not Red Sus. Yup.
Alright. And there's my daily Twitch chat interaction. It looks like we're going to start assigning comps.
Oh.
I think we might have a I'm not sure if we have an issue or not. So yeah, we're actually going to need to remake the lobby. So I guess I'm gonna go double dip into Twitch chat again.
Yeah. DOSBL telling me I'm bad at teamfight tactics. Yeah, sure. Sure.
Speaking of tactics, what are you expecting to see from these teams on this map mode combo?
If I go back into the incident days, right, and Red Sun winning on this exact same map, Zone Starfish, for got what low ink it was. Let's hope we see some tents. Can we have some tent hype? We don't have enough tents in competitive at the moment, in my opinion. I want to see some juniors too. Delta washed.
Yeah, I'd expect to see some. I mean, you always expect to see the ink bot or ink armor bot,
Yep.
which is why it was so surprising last set to see
No ink armor.
Yeah, Myopsidus running the double missiles instead of maybe using one of their more up close and personal weapons for armor. But yeah, definitely showing, or Myopsidus definitely showed that they can make you can make compositions work without armor, especially if you're just more comfortable playing weapons that don't use it.
Yeah, I completely agree. You don't see much of that in around mid-level or high-level. We just mid-level just kind of does whatever high-level does. But when it comes to low ink, right, you see a lot of weird weapon picks or weird comp picks that just work. They just happen to work. And I completely agree. I think double missiles is a great comp. It's and I guess you could make it even better by going double missiles armor, but double missiles really can work and really does work very well, especially when you're fighting against position-oriented comps like that run charger or heavy and whatnot. But yeah, Master is just really choosing, winning on the weapon select screen, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, I wonder if there are any other notable things in the bracket. I guess well, we have a little bit of time. We can go run through the bracket.
We're asking for some people to sub in for the match. Ask for that idea, the FC. Yeah, I don't think that's how it works.
Shoutouts to TicTac39.
Yeah, TikTok 39. Yeah, this is a journey. Fake question mark? Bad streamer TV. Yeah. No, just waiting for one more player. And we get the last player. Yay! We can start our first match on Splatoon Starfish. We're playing with Da Vinci?
Da Vinci? I think it's so funny that Da Vinci, arguably the most joking username in the lobby right now, is playing on Sirius.
Oh no! Can't be serious, man.
Yeah, it looks like we're finally set up. We just need for one more player to choose their weapon, and we should be good to go into round 2 of
First
Low
match.
Ink July 2021. Danoosh.
Splatoon 3.
Alrighty. Let's get into it. We are going to be seeing the armor coming out on the side of Game Over, as well as on Da Vinci. Or not Da Vinci. Sirius.
Game Over going for a completely backlineless comp, not even using a Nautilus. It's just all frontline weapons with the there's midline junior, but it's pretty frontline to get super close. We have a Nautilus and NZAP and 52 like this. Yeah, the comp for Sirius very standard at the moment, I'd say, very super meta. But Game Over getting a quick zones cap and 2 down.
Even Da Vinci's Booyah Bomb isn't going to be enough right there. Soup trying to work their way back in, but right now Game Over just holding very tightly onto zone. They do have the 2 specials to pop if they choose to use them. They are going to use the Ink Armor sort of in anticipation of a response on the side of Sirius. But that response just isn't coming. Instead, they're going to build up their specials. Armor popped a little bit too early, honestly, as Sirius does have all 3 specials to work with, only missing Booyah Bomb. They are going to pop a 1, but they lose the armor in the process. I don't know if they got it off in time. I don't know if they did.
Yeah, if Game Over caps his zone at the moment, it's kind of... Yeah, it's Game Over. But no, and Sirius instead caps his zone with a Booyah Bomb. They're trying to keep it, but they go 1 down on both sides. Game Over losing their armor, but Sirius losing that Nautilus. But they're just pushing up as hard as they can into that K-Pro. It's just literally one shot. This man literally covered in ink. Okay, there we go. They get the kill on the K-Pro, and they're just trying to take whatever positions they have and just painting everywhere to get specials back.
And now here's where that Nautilus is going to be very, very helpful on the side of Sirius. They are going to have that sort of, not really a backline, but they are going to have the Nautilus able to play sort of like a backline, just able to hold a position very well in anticipation of Game Over.
Multiple specials coming out of Sirius. They cap the zone, so Sirius still has the lead now, and that has put a big penalty on Game Over. They're just trying to win this zones cap again, man. DaVinci hype going with the 52 and taking a 2v1. Only a jump out. Great interaction right there for him. I mean, he didn't die.
Yeah.
Still super close to his Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, and that forcing DaVinci to jump out right there really helps the side of Game Over, because they only got 1 off of the initial rush of specials. So having the 52 gal jump out right there, as well as finding another pick in the process, allowed them to get further control of mid. But on the other hand, they did end up getting their specials all worked up. But that's not going to matter, as Game Over finds a full team wipe. They're going to try holding mid as best as possible. They don't really have that the same mid pressure that the Nautilus brings. Instead, they're probably going to be relying on their Kansas Splattershot Pro to sort of act like that. But it doesn't even matter if you can hold, if they get into mid, if they can't even get out of their spawn. They're going to have to pop some specials to try and work their way back in. And they don't get any pressure on the zone with those specials. Booyah Bomb going to be popped to try and cap zone. Not quite going to get there, as Game Over still holding on. Suction Bomb's coming out, and I think Game Over has this.
Yeah, Game Over just pushed up so hard and then used their specials, not all of that at the same time, but one after a time, and just stopped Sirius from pushing up. It's just and like getting picks and whatnot. It's just like really great play on the side of Game Over right here, just waiting to use their specials and staggering Sirius's push. Now we'll be waiting for the counter pick on the side of Sirius now. Hopefully they choose soon.
It looks like there's not really that much hesitation. They're going straight to tower control on Piranha Pit.
Great decision here. With that Nautilus just has practically the best weapon in this in this map. Is what I think. It has jet, it has long range. It's perfect for Piranha Pit Tower. Is after you take first checkpoint, you just jet their spawn, and then where are they supposed to push up? And yeah, I think
and Soup just immediately locked it in.
This is definitely the best map, in my opinion, to go to. I mean, Game Over is running full frontline, apart from the junior, but it has super short range. And frontlines don't do incredibly well on this map if the backline has. I mean, if the opposing team has any sort of resemblance to a backline, any sort of resemblance, it doesn't matter what it is, it's just long range. But yeah, Sirius immediately readying up, so they know what they're trying to do on this map. On the other hand, Game Over's taking some time. They're probably changing up some weapons in order to not get outranged completely coming into the, round 2 or game 2 of this match. But we'll see that as the game starts now.
Both teams looking to gain an advantage in the set. They are going to bring out a backline on the side of Game Over, though, pulling out the custom Hydra in addition to the Tenatech Splatter Shot, which we got to see a lot of last set, or enough of, as well as a Bucket and continuing to rock with that Tenza Splatter Shot Pro. Meanwhile, on the side of Sirius, not that many changes. I don't actually know if there are any changes, but...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure their comp stayed about the same. But two go down on the side of both teams, and another one goes down on the side of Game Over. Yeah, they kind of just lost his first checkpoint. They're trying to get... they have to get onto their drop. Hydra's in well positioned, trying to paint over the tower, but there's no other teammates trying to help this endeavor.
Yes. Missile's going to be used to sort of drive the players out of there, though. And just like that, Game Over in a bad situation. They do lose the Hydra. Soup finds a great pick on the Inkjet. You called it. Just a very, very good weapon for this map. And Sirius is past checkpoint 2.
Yeah, Sirius is just driving this tower. They're going super speed mode on the tower. I mean, not now, and they just got off, but they're really just... what is happening? What's happening to Game Over? They're just dying. It's super unfortunate outside of Game Over. They just... Great weapon court. I mean, yeah, it's just great team and special coordination. They just kept dying.
Yeah,
wow,
I could hear the speed running music just playing right there. Whether or not you think I'm talking about the dream music or homes were finally landing because of summoning salt, take your pick.
I was thinking of gas, gas, gas.
That one was too.
Yeah, I mean,
Game Over. My little brother is obsessed with that song.
Game Over, noticing that they needed a backline to play on this map, but clearly, probably didn't work. It didn't work too well.
I can't even blame the Hydra. Like, they definitely knew where they were supposed to be. It was just Sirius wasn't allowing them to be there.
Yeah, I'm guessing Sirius just knows this map too well. I mean, they really showed it here. The Jets came out perfect timing. They got the exact picks that he wanted, right? And then there wasn't a single time where they... there was one time where the Slosher was... after first checkpoint where the Slosher was trying to get the tower off, but that didn't work. Yes, I'm pretty sure Game Over just didn't have a really coordinated push there. They didn't really go as a team. They're kind of trickling in at the very end.
Yeah. Well, Game Over does have the opportunity to counterpick for themselves now. They aren't allowed to go back to Splat Zones, can't go to Starfish main stage either, just because of the way the rule works. Delta, are you familiar with what that counterpicking rule is called in Smash?
What do you mean?
So in Smash, we actually have a name for the rule where you can't go back to the stage you last won on, or a stage you won on.
What's it called?
Call it Dave's Stupid Rule, or
Dave's Stupid Rule. Who's Dave?
You know, I'm not the right person to ask about that. I'm still relatively new. That rule has been around for... God, I can just say decades at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Melee.
Good lord. Yeah. No, it's been around since relatively early Melee. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, Dave made a really good rule, I guess.
I don't know why they call it Dave's Stupid Rule. It's a good rule.
Yeah.
It gives us a chance to see a lot of different stages, like Mako Mart.
Yeah.
Which is a stage that I'm kind of surprised we're only now just seeing.
Mako Mart is a very, very good map to just go in general. It's just very balanced, I'd say.
Yeah.
When going on a Rainmaker Mako
It's easily
Mart.
my favorite map in the game. But yeah, I do think that this is definitely a map mode combo that is going to benefit like the hyper-aggressive playstyle that we've been seeing from Game Over. Because on like Rainmaker is already an aggressive game mode. And then when you put everybody in relatively close quarters like you do on Mako Mart, that's just going to be a really good scenario that Game Over has put themselves in if they can get past Game Over and their backline pressure.
You see Game Over running 2 LDE on their comp. I'm guessing they're anticipating a big push so they can push back from Sirius.
Yeah, that big push hasn't come yet. They actually go 3 down on the side of
Mars taking it mid a little, going back to left. Yeah, the left is definitely the best way to push in this map. Right is probably only possible if they're all down because they respawn from the right. But great push, 31 is huge, and it just barely finishes off activating LDE for the side of Game Over. So we can anticipate a lot of bombs, honestly, since their whole team runs bombs. So
yeah, we're actually going to be seeing the double splatter shot composition on the side of Sirius. I really like that. They're also going to have that double inkjet to work with, which on a map like Mako Mart definitely works out better than you might expect. They're going to barely manage to trade out, as it's just down to friendship. Game Over in a good position. That's a full delayed wipe on the side of Game Over. Or on the side of Sirius.
Last-ditch effort. They didn't make it to a lead. Super close. So it's not even like a huge like a difference. If they just pop the Rainmaker now and then just rush, they could get the lead. But the Spider Front goes down.
That pick by DaVinci's Inkjet might have just saved it for them.
Ooh. We see 2 down on the side of Sirius. Game Over could take the lead right now if he just pushes up. Literally just needs pain on the Rainmaker.
They need to grab it though. They can't let it reset here. They do manage to grab it, but 2 go down in the process. This should be a push completely stalled out, and Sirius able to drag it out of their own spawn away from that threatening position. Mars is going to hold on to it for now, not really trying to force the issue, not really a reason to, since they already have lead, and giving it up now would just be a bit foolish. They do find 2 down, so they can push in, and it looks like that might be what they're opting for, especially since they have both of their Inkjets at the ready. The armor won't be able to come online because it's currently in the Rainmaker's possession, but the double Inkjet will come out nonetheless. Not really going to find that much, however.
Yeah, Sirius isn't really pushing up too much. They're just kind of fighting for mid. Or maybe they're just waiting for a situation like a 2v2 at the moment. They really need that jet to be dead immediately. Oh, or the Rainmaker dies for the side of Game Over. That's probably what they were looking for. But Rainmaker popped 2 down. This might be the time to push in. They're using their specials. They're trying to get them out of that left position. There's people in that top mid. You see, just trying to throw bombs on both right stack and left just so they can keep out the Rainmaker. But oddly enough, Rainmaker getting on the right stack despite the... they know what they're doing. They're trying to get the left,
A position like this where having that Nautilus helps so much on the side of Sirius. Rainmaker going to go down to missiles. Not quite from the Nautilus, but the missiles nonetheless are going to help out. And they do have that double Inkjet ready if they want to try and clear out more space. Meanwhile, on the side of Game Over, they do have an Inkjet of their own to work with, as well as that Burst Bomb Rush. So they do have some utility to play around with, but it's not going to actually be that helpful, really.
No, what we might be seeing at the moment is Sirius is just trying to stall out the game to the very end. Not really any significant pushes from either side. It's just been stopped, or they just haven't really pushed the Rainmaker forward. So maybe Game Over is trying to get something right now. They're really trying to get a kill. They're trying to get a pick or 2, but they build 1 down. They lose their armor, which is super unfortunate. But 2 go down on the side of Sirius. This is the moment. They get 3 down. They need to pick up the Rainmaker now, or they get this kill. They lose the 1v1. Super unfortunate. Yeah. With 24 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, just like that, Sirius has all their members back up, especially this Nautilus, which is going to be a nuisance to push through on defense, especially since Game Over doesn't have any specials to work with. As I say that, they do get the Burst Bomb Rush online, as well as the Booyah Bomb. Booyah Bomb going to be popped immediately, and not targeting the Nautilus either. They're actually going to be targeting Mars on the Junior, or the Anzap, instead.
As long as Sirius doesn't die and uses their specials correctly, like right now with that jet in that super high position of top mid, right? Game Over won't be able to do anything. They won't be able to push up, and that's exactly what we see. Game Over loses the third game of the round. Just kind of just a stally map. I mean, or stally game right there, just waiting in mid until something happened.
Yeah, Sirius just doing a very good job of holding on defense. They knew that they didn't have to push up that far. They could just take their time, wait out Game Over's advances, and just phenomenally played by Sirius right there at the end.
Yeah, now I'm interested in what counter picks they're gonna go. So I'm pretty sure they counter picked into this map and lost, right? Was it Sirius who just lost or Sirius who just won?
Sirius just won.
Before that.
They also won that one.
So yeah, they lost their counter pick, so they have to choose something else.
I definitely think Rainmaker is still a solid choice. Just turned out that they didn't quite know how to deal with the defenses that Sirius were throwing out, especially when it came to that double inkjet.
I feel like they really needed to target the Nautilus because when you're running such an aggressive comp, right? The idea is you target whatever is long range, and then you just take whatever 1v1s and that come in front of you. If you're running an aggressive comp, you have to have that really good aim coordination and being able to, hand-eye. Yeah. You're supposed to be able to take your 1v1s, but we just didn't see that happen very much. We didn't see the 1v1s really amounting to much. They amounted to the first push, but after that, they couldn't get another one rolling. And I mean, looking back at that first push, or actually the second push where they got it really close, but didn't get the lead. It's just kind of unfortunate that K-Pro just doesn't paint enough, because if the K-Pro just painted a little bit more, I mean, the actual weapon, I'm not talking about the player, right? Maybe they could have just painted it under the Rainmaker, grabbed it, and then gotten the lead, but unfortunately, it just got
I don't actually think
over.
that... I'm not sure if this is a valid map mode combination pick, but we are going back to Splat Zones on Muscle Forge. I believe because of the counter pick rule, they aren't allowed to go back to Splat Zones.
Right, Game Over did win on zones beforehand.
Yeah, and we actually are going to be remaking the lobby.
So Game Over will have to choose between Clan Blitz, Rainmaker, and Tower Control for the fourth game in this set. This is match point for Sirius though, so unfortunate that they didn't get to choose whatever they wanted beforehand. Da Vinci? Sorry.
I honestly think that they might have just dodged a bullet here, because Muscle Forge Fitness is one where it can take a lot to work your way back in. And I don't know if they were going to go back to trying to use that backline.
Yeah, I completely agree. Muscle Forge Fitness is like, if you have a E-leader and you put them on snipe, or just a Nautilus alone, just that long range does really well on that map. But I mean, I guess what I could see what they're saying. Short range does really good at taking 1v1s there, but with that Nautilus, Soup's really good at holding their space. Like, I don't know if not going back to that Hydra would be a good pick, given that it didn't work before. I see people in chat saying that they should go to Hotel or Schellendorf to run that Hydra, but still, I'm not sure if that is the play, running the Hydra. They should go to something that's more close quartered to benefit their very short range comp.
Yeah, I feel like trying to run the Hydra, we have seen that they do know how to use the Hydra.
Of course.
But I feel like it would... I'm not sure if it would be more comfortable for them to go to a map mode combination that benefits their more aggressive composition.
Speaking of which, we go to Tower Control Inkling. This is a perfect map. This is so good. I wouldn't say it's close quarters because of mid, but, there's bats and there's the trees, hashtag the tree SBL. But yeah, this definitely a great map to pick for the side of Game Over.
Yeah, but again, that Nautilus can take just such good positions on this map, just like how we saw on Starfish main stage. So, no, I'm getting things confused. But either way, I know what I was thinking. I was thinking of the Hero Splatling replica on Starfish Tower Control from the last set. Oh, again, we saw how there was a good way for even the heavy Splatling to be overwhelmed on that map.
Yeah.
So I could see Game Over trying to do something similar here. But I don't know if they're aware that the Nautilus is sort of the root of most of their problems right now. Given that the Booyah Bomb at the end of that last game was thrown away from the Nautilus. It was thrown more towards the it was thrown further towards their left at the bladder shot, or the end zap rather.
I guess for foregoing the support, so it hampers the killing power. But Sirius just going, I think it's a very similar comp to beforehand. Instead of double K shot, they go. Double shot, they go K52. Great addition. And we see the full frontline comp. Sasha Jr. Midlines, but Sirius just pushing up 3 on the left side and just trying to take this Sasha out. They're really focusing on him. Now moving up to the next player on left. So, yeah. Sirius is just taking positions and fighting as a team. This is great teamwork.
Incredibly coordinated aggression coming out on the side of Sirius. They aren't going to get the tower though, because Game Over does manage to pool their forces in a very good area of the map. Hard for Sirius to deal with right there, but they don't have enough control over mid. Davinci going to find one and then pop Booyah Bomb. That's going to delay tower a little bit longer. And they do manage to get a pick, so that evens it right back up. 2v2 in the mid, 1 respawning on the side of Sirius as well. Otis is going to find a good pick on Friendship though. That'll delay any advances that Sirius wants to make a little bit longer, but they go down in the middle of their burst bomb rush to the Nautilus.
Yeah, this game at the moment is really looking like a bar fight. Just two going down and then 2 going down on the opposing side, and just back and forth, back and forth. But yeah, Sirius is trying to go for a push at the moment. They're 1 down. Their end zap is down, so they don't have any armor for this push, which is it's probably going to hamper them a lot, like right now, since they just lost the tower. But they're trying to keep pushing. Yeah, they do have the player advantage, but they're just keeping on pushing with the jet, despite the jet going down. Oh, Junior flanking on the tower, trying to paint over mid. I guess they're just popped the armor too.
Yeah, but really... I think one of them spotted just the right moment where the Junior wasn't able to continue on the flank. They do lose the tower. Sirius going to take it right back. Is Davinci also coming out from the little pedestal right there. Barry going to find 1, but Soup going to find another. 2v2 right now, with 1 on the tower for Sirius. And I think they went down as well, but I'm not entirely sure. So either way, Game Over will hold on for just a little bit longer. They don't see checkpoint 2, but they haven't gotten any points on the board for themselves yet.
Yeah, like I was talking about the bats. If Sirius really wants to get that second checkpoint, they need to have that bats. They need to make it there. There has to be some kind of thing there. If they just push with the tower alone and take the flat, that's not enough. Given that these are that Game Over's comp is completely frontline, it's definitely not enough. They just get shot down from above. But
the other option is just to do what they've been doing a little bit throughout the set and just go for the special utility. Davinci actually going to fire the Booyah Bomb back instead, however, and Septile in a good position finds 2, and there goes the push from Sirius. Going to just have to let it fall back. Soup and Friendship still left up. They lose Soup immediately. Friendship just going to have to retreat a ways. And Game Over.
Respawning, but they're holding their bats. I guess they know. The bats is a very big position to hold at the moment. There's the Booyah Bomb and the bombs. No. Septile's great special and bomb coordination right now. it's just really working out for the side of Game Over here. They're trying to get that lead back to their side. They want to get past the second checkpoint. Because after the second checkpoint, it's game over. It's so hard to get to beat a team after they got on the second checkpoint. But the push gets cut short. 40 is a big lead. I mean, it might just be not 11 points, but they got second checkpoint. That's the biggest part about this.
Yeah, that's the most important part, that they did manage to get through that second checkpoint. So, Sirius, if they want to push forward, they're going to be in one place for a good portion of time. And that one place is just such a hotly contested area for both teams, really, that it just hasn't really impacted them. 3726 Delta on a phenomenal flank right there. Soup is going to fall. I don't think Sirius was ready for it, but DaVinci keeps the head on the swivel. They're going to find the flank. They get past checkpoint 2, but the bucket's on the tower right now. Otis does trade out. Booyah Bomb coming out on the side of Game Over, though. That's going to find 2, and that should be the game for Game Over. Just after DaVinci, and they will fall. That's not going to be in a good enough position. Don't get on the tower so the jump doesn't quite land there. And Game Over brings us to a Game 5 scenario.
Yeah, now this was the map mode Game Over was looking for. That was definitely great play on their part. The flank to get the jet jump, genius. I mean, what have we been talking about this whole match? The Nautilus is the problem child for Game Over. That's the issue right now. And without the Nautilus backing them up, they don't have enough aggression to keep the push going. We see an immediate counter pick to Splat Zone Skipper.
Yeah, and this is a valid pick, because though we have seen Splat Zones already, Sirius lost the Game 1 Splat Zones map. So they are allowed to counter pick back to Splat Zones. They will get their map pick, and I think that this is going to be another one where it's going to be hotly contested.
Yeah, I could see this game going to either team, and I guess that's the best option for this game, since it's a 2v2. We got to Game 5 after all, so these teams really just they want to win this last game. So we're gonna see the best out of both teams right now. So let them continue going through alpha bracket and whatnot. But what do you think about team composition for either side?
I think at this point, both teams should just stick with what they're most comfortable with. They kind of just I feel like if either team tries to make too big of a change, they risk losing what has gotten them to this point.
Yeah.
Like, we have seen a little bit of weapon flexibility on the side of Sirius, between, like, alternating between K52 or double inkjet or whatever.
Wow. What is it? E-leader on the side of Game Over? That's a huge change from their fully frontline comp. But
yeah, and I believe that's going to be... They'll also bring out the Neo Splash-O-Matic, which I think makes a lot of sense for Splat Zones. I completely agree with that. It's not that big of a playstyle change. But Sceptile is just getting right in the middle of things with an E-leader, and that's not always a position you want to find yourself in. However, I'm pretty much forced to eat my words immediately as Game Over manages to cap zone and Sceptile finds a pick.
yeah, I think E-leader is a very scary opponent in this map. I mean, how I like to think about it is that if there's an E-leader on the other team, just imagine that they have infinite range. They practically do. They'll find a way to get that infinite range, and we'll just pick you when you least expect it. But yeah, Game Over at the moment, just holding zone. I mean, they one down on each side, but with 58 on the clock, like, oh wow, that bubble is taking the zone back for Sirius. It's just huge. I mean,
yeah. But now, especially with the Nautilus down, it's going to be hard for Sirius to just hold on to the zone against such an aggressive comp. They do have the Suction Bomb Rush to work with on the side of Game Over as well. And we could be seeing the zone go right back. 3 specials out on the side of Game Over.
3726 getting a good kill on the Nautilus. That is their problem, but I mean, not so much of a problem anymore. They're an E-leader to counter his range, but they get the zone back. See, for game over at the moment, I really think that as long as they keep pushing as a team, they might just win this game. That lead isn't too big, and in fact, I saw what they were doing. They can give the other team points. They can give Sirius points as long as they have all their specials to push in, which is what they were waiting for.
They don't manage to retake the lead off of that push, though. So now, I think that this map will eventually just go to whichever team keeps them locked out more. Delta finding a very good pick right there.
Thank you.
I mean, I would assume that's a Delta in the name. There was a Delta literally last set.
Yeah, there was. But game over takes zone again. 20 on the penalty, but yeah.
The second one jumping out. And I think that early novelty of the E-leader is starting to wear off. Sceptile has almost not been a non-factor. Definitely the threat of an E-leader is extremely scary. But they know that they aren't, like, they can just attack where the E-leader isn't. And the E-leader isn't exactly the best painting weapon, so they're going to need help to actually get into zone. They do have specials ready. Ink Armor going to be popped. Ink Storm going to be popped from Sceptile's E-leader. Inkjet not in the best position to be popped. You're going to pop it anyway to serve as a last resort, but they can't really use it to paint. They're starting to push forward, and they do manage to take control. I believe 3726 Delta got a little bit of chip damage that might have helped with that pick. But either way, Sirius has jumped out to a very large lead, and if game over can't keep them locked out, this could be a problem.
Yeah, Oda's waiting for someone to drop so they can take a 1v1, but I don't think this is the best position to take a 1v1 when everyone's respawning, right? But he's also by himself, so we see an Inkjet drop. We're probably going to see the bubbles come right after and just cap the zone immediately. They lose their armor on the side of game over.
We also saw the missiles.
Yeah, see. Oh, right. The zone is being contested at the moment. That Squelcher death is very big for game over. I mean, since the bubbles just pop, and then the zone is immediately theirs. But yeah.
I feel like if Da Vinci dying in the zone specifically also just made it that much worse. So now Subtile just playing from the zone, Da Vinci trying to stay alive right here, going to get some help from Friendship, going to find one pick, both of them still up. The bubbles are back online if they so desire. They're going to use them right immediately. The missiles also coming out, but they don't have control over zone yet.
Oh,
game over is missiles within 2 ticks of the lead, but the penalty points are going to be reapplied. Sirius in the driver's seat going into the back part of this game. 30 seconds left. Game over is recapped zone, but they're not in full control of mid. E-leader down, so there goes one of their best lockout weapons as far as just preventing Sirius from respawning, but they're working through their penalty points. They're into single-digit penalty points right now, and Sirius isn't in a good position to cap the zone, but Mars, out of nowhere, the NZAP going to find its way into the zone. Sirius has recapped the zone, and game over. Not in a good enough position to recontest. They don't have specials, and that's going to be it. Sirius takes game 5 and advances.
Wow, that was a great game. Honestly, and that's what can I say? The bubbles are just huge at the very end. Huge. I mean, look at Da Vinci top frag. I'm like, yeah, I really think that Splatoon was kind of just. I mean, previously it was the Nautilus, but Da Vinci stepping up, I guess, and saying, "Here, wait, hold my beer. I'm the one that you have to be worried about now." But yeah, Sirius takes the game over. 3-2, and I guess it's game over for game over.
I believe we're going to a quick break. The match should be up and running in just a bit, but for now, we're just gonna go to a quick break. We'll see you on the other side.
Peace.
the lead, and Blossom's the only one left. And here comes the jump, and I believe they have the clam. Is it going to be in time? It is! It's barely in time! Blossom staying alive, causing so much havoc, and finally going down after like a minute.
Wait, with 10 seconds left to go here, nobody has died yet on either side of the map. Here come the missiles. That's going to push back the Arclings, but Apple's going to move up. What a step-up play there by Apple, getting a double and an assist. I see you. And the Octolings take game 1 in this first bracket. What a heads-up play there by Apple. Situation to kind of create a lockout here and keep all of those Fruit Punch players back so they can get that second checkpoint. They just need to get about a quarter of the way through it to get lead, and somebody along the backside is able to hop on tower, but a nice triple by Nova, or Noah. That's a quad.
Useless Charger Weekend. It's just the Hydra to respawn here. However, rushing the Hydra is very difficult for us. The Inkjet is going to make it super easy though.
Inkjet double.
Will they get the triple?
Inkjet triple.
Wow.
Echo's just going ham with his Inkjet.
Only
Welcome back to Low Ink July 2021 Day 2. We're ready for round 3, where we have Centopia and Hero Fan Club.
Yep. For those of you who missed it the first time, so did we. But I'm Alias Handle. I'm here with Delta, my amazing co-commentator.
Oh, thank you. You too.
We've just been chilling. We've had some great matches today, but hopefully this one will continue the streak. We're going to be starting with Splat Zones on Anchovy Games. I'm not especially familiar with these teams. Delta, do you know anything about them?
Yeah, no, I've never heard of them in my life. But looking at their players, I've actually I'm pretty sure I've seen Hero Fanclub before, or at least I've played against them, and they're a little menacing. Some of the people that I've actually played against, I don't see them in the lobby at the moment. Maybe they'll sub in later for a game or two, which I hope so, because maybe we'll see Texture or one of the other players. But yeah, I'm actually not very familiar with these players. I mean,
either way.
Yeah, looking into the game mode, but like out of all the starting maps, Zones, Ancho, I think this is my favorite one. Yeah, like I really like Zones, Ancho. I don't know for what reason. It's just fun. Probably because of Crapid. You just aim from mid and then they just die. But yeah, we'll be starting our first match here.
Well, we may not be as familiar with the teams. We are very familiar with Anchovy Zones. It's one of the more common map mode combinations that you can see. And again, we have sort of another clash of styles. Both teams going to be running the 96 gal, which is not a weapon that you're used to seeing much
96.
less on both teams.
Yeah, 96 is not a very common armor weapon to run, just because it's kind of outclassed by NZAP or Junior even, but I really like seeing it here. It is such a fun weapon to play. And we see Centopia taking the lead very early, just using all their specials and whatnot, and sooner or later they'll have another armor yet. But if they go 1 down to Chade, 2 down to Chade. Actually, wait. Centopia still has the lead.
Yeah, no, Centopia does have the lead. And going back to the whole sooner or later they'll have another armor thing, one way to mitigate the slower armor of the 96 gal is just to run NZAP alongside of it, and that's what we're seeing Centopia do. Very aggressive comp between the Vanilla Slosher, the Fleshmatic, the NZAP. They don't have a true backline, but it doesn't seem to matter for them as they're just taking the lead and holding it very tightly. Chade going to go down to Bombo Plot right there though, as the K52 gal does have the Booyah Bomb at the ready. This should be zoned for them if it's used correctly. But no, Centopia captures the zone right as the Booyah Bomb goes down, and the Booyah Bomb is entirely mitigated. Centopia now has firm control of the zone.
Centopia is just not allowing Hero Fanclub to get the zone. They said it's theirs, and I mean, with 7 seconds on the clock, like for the zone, like what much can they do? They really need to pay now. And there we go. The zone turned purple. Now it's Hero Fanclub's turn to paint over the mid of this map, I guess. But yeah, when it comes to these armors, like, we have Centopia with actually, you could say, a full armor and a half with 96, since it's such a slow armor. But the Hero Fanclub kind of has these 2 half armors here. Tri-Slosher isn't very often well known to pop out armors like a Junior or an NZAP, but they're really... Oh, everyone's coming out of this office! This Tri-Slosher is having the best day of their life! Easy kills, right? But yeah, I think right now, Hero Fanclub, they're just gonna do exactly the same thing Centopia did, and they're just trying to tick down that timer.
The most important part is that reset all of their special progress. They do still have the armor on the side of the 96 gal, and I think it will be popped, but that's not going to be enough on its own, and Hero Fanclub takes the lead. They kind of need to get the zone back quickly on the side of Centopia if they want to stay in this game. The Tri-Slosher making things miserable, and just like that, Hero Fanclub should have the zone back. Booyah Bomb does get messed up by the platform, but that won't matter. They do take the lead, or they do KO, and they will take game 1 off of that.
That won't matter. Yeah, I mean, come on. 52 got a buff. It paints better now. But yeah, that was a really, like, I guess you could say one pushers. I mean, they're like, Centopia got a really good early push, and there wasn't much of a struggle until the very end, and then Hero Fan Club did exactly the same thing, but with 52 Booyah Bomb, right, and just like all the bombs that are being thrown at zone. Fortunately, for Hero Fan Club, Centopia takes the first game.
Yeah, both teams playing very, very aggressively, just answering fire with fire, and doing just a very good job in the process. If Centopia held the zone for just a little bit longer, they would have taken it off of their first push.
Yeah, I think they
go
definitely
right. Go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say they kind of just lost a little bit of steam there with specials and whatnot. While Centopia had the Booyah Bomb and they didn't have much else to contribute. But we move on to Splat Zone Sturgeon as the counter pick. Going back to zones. I kind of like this. Going back to zone maps. I mean, arguably some maps are the best mode to play on. Some people say otherwise. But I mean, as a support, I mean, Junior and NZAP, you know, zone's probably the best zones to play on. I'm gonna look forward to like a weapon changes. I don't know if they're gonna keep going that full front line. I mean, given that there's a spinner, you know, maybe they'll swap to Charger or X-Splash. What do you think?
I honestly think that both teams are going to stick with very similar weapon compositions. I feel like, at the very least, on the side of Centopia, they wanted to try and improve their odds at a lockdown, because they got up to the strong start, but then they couldn't quite lock it down like you could see on a map like this.
Oh,
So
double zap.
yeah,
That's yeah.
yeah, that's certainly one option. The 96 are going to be switching onto the orange end zap for this one. Meanwhile, no significant changes on the side of Hero Fan Club.
I mean, would you even say that? There's a V Nautilus.
I think they had they did have the other Nautilus.
They have
Wait.
the gold one. This is silver Nautilus. We have a baller Nautilus and low ink. Wow, that's super cool.
Wow, that's pretty neat. This
Yeah,
Booyah
Bobble
Bomb is
Climber.
not going to buy. Yeah.
You see him looking around like,
What do I do with this? Booyah Bomb, that actually got more use than I thought it would. Like, took out a little bit of the left side, but right now it looks like the map pick is going to be paying off. Baller can't even really get up. It's already under heavy fire. They can't even pop it on zone.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the best moment to push in.
Centopia just doing a very good job of locking out. They have 2 on spinner, and they're just going to be able to keep Hero Fan Club in their own zone. 1 down on the side of each. Panpan going to go ahead and find another, so that does put the advantage slightly in Hero Fan Club's favor as far as man advantage. But they don't quite have control of the zone yet. They do find control of the zone, so Centopia not going to get it right off the bat like they could have last time. Now,
Hero Fan Club going
needs to
down.
find a way to lock them out.
Going down, unfortunately, on zone, which just allows Centopia to just go back in. They can just take the zone right now if they want to. But Shade going with the trade in on left. They need a little bit more special coordination in order to take the zone. But I guess they just go aggressively in and kill on Bombleclaw and cap zone again. One jumps out, so that's basically another kill. Since they have to reset their whole position and whatnot. But as it looks like right now, Hero Fan Club is just getting specials in order to use them for this next push. You see Baller.
And again, it's not popped quite in the zone. I do wonder why the decision was made to bring in the Baller instead of the Inkjet, especially since this is a map where elevation is key. Using the Inkjet to take out the more elevated positions might have been a nice addition. Plus, you also give up the suction bombs on the Nautilus, which doesn't... Like, they aren't the best bomb for the Nautilus, but it's certainly being used more than the point sensor.
I guess they thought that more information was better for this map mode, but at the moment, 96 going down. I mean, 52 going down on the side of the Hero Fan Club. I think Centopia is just trying to get the zone back, as they do, but 2v3 in this situation. 2v2 now. Kirby just aiming forward, holding his ZR stick, and the enemy's falling into his in his shot. So Centopia, at the moment, with a 33 penalty, it's not that big, to be honest with you. With a minute 50, like, they have time.
It's not, and it's just gonna keep going down.
Yep.
Hero Fan Club just not in a good position to find it. Booyah Bomb going to come out along with the baller. They do manage to get a good portion of zone cap because of that, but Bombo Clot is able to get that one pick. That might afford Hero Fan Club with an opportunity to cap zone. Shoyo now in a bad position. They are going to find Bombo Clot, but they will trade out in the process. 3 down on the side of Centopia, 2 down on the side of Hero Fan Club. 1 does respawn for Centopia, but they do have control. They don't have control of mid yet. So Hero Fan Club able to keep super jumping. If they can lock them out, this is very doable, especially since 28 points plus 10 penalty isn't the worst to deal with. But Kirby able to find the zone cap as the rest of his team finds the necessary picks. Hero Fan Club fully wiped out. They do have a little bit of time because of the penalty points, but it'll only take you so far.
Yeah, at this position, you either cap the zone or you cap the zone. You have no much other choice on the side of Hero Fan Club because the timer's ticking and their zone timer is also ticking. So you want this good interaction with the baller. They get a pick on Kirby, and now they're just trying to get that Shoujo and I'm pretty sure that's Violet. But yeah, just here we go. Hero Fan Club gets the cap on the zone, and they're trying to get this jump. Nice. 3 down on the side of Centopia. This is the push they're looking for. They need to get specials now. They need to paint up mid. They need to get those picks. Otherwise, they don't have enough time to counter push anymore. It's gonna go into overtime.
They do have the Booyah Bomb at the ready. Ink Armor and Booyah Bomb are both going to be popped. Meanwhile, on the side of Centopia, they have missiles to work with. They are going to go ahead and pop missiles, but they're not going to be able to find that much. Baller going to not take out one. They do manage to take the lead. Hero Fan Club steals game 2 right back, and they're on match point.
Wow, that's maybe what they were looking for. That baller interaction was perfect. The other team, Centopia, had armor on, so you don't need to kill him. You just need to boop him off his own. Then the campaign over it.
Plus, it's a giant bomb anyways, so that's a lot of zone control if they could get it off, and they did.
Well, surprisingly, that double end zap didn't work for the side of Centopia, despite being a lot of paint. And we just saw Hero Fan Club bringing it back. It looked pretty bad for them at first, but I guess not. Having some hype in chat. Yeah.
Now Centopia needs to find an answer. They couldn't quite overcome the I like the idea of what they were going for. I really do like the idea of them trying to lock out on Search and Shipyard. But when you're playing such a short-range comp, that's a lot of fire to be playing with, because that means you're also way more susceptible to being locked out. I do think the pick that's incoming of Rainmaker on Snapper Canal is also a good bet, just because that's another map mode combination that you can just overwhelm by just rushing in at times.
Mm-hmm.
But they're gonna have to play it way more carefully, especially since they are on their opposing team is on match point.
Yeah, they either get a really big push here, or they stop them from having a really big push. Centopia needs an answer for this, I guess, Nautilus. Nautilus with the frontline comp. We saw it earlier in the last match we just saw that went on, but I really think that they might change it to something else. I guess I thought the double zap was a good pick, but it didn't work out for him in the end, so maybe they'll swap into something else instead. And now the game is starting, so we'll get to see what comps they chose.
And again, they are going to be bringing out just the exact same comp as last time. Meanwhile, on the side of Hero Fan Club, they're going to be bringing out the Kenza Sloshing Machine and the Kenza Gluga Dualies. Just an entirely Kenza-based comp, in addition to the K-Shot and the K-52. And it's certainly an interesting one.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Hero Fan Club has shown such fluidness, you could say, in just their weapon choices. They have a lot in store. So I guess Centopia needs to be the one that figures out how to deal with all of them, actually. But at the moment, Hero Fan Club going 3 down. Pan forced to back up in order to protect that pedestal.
Yeah, the saving grace here is that the Kenzakugas are a very strong weapon if you can use them right. And I mean strong not as in necessarily good, I mean just literal strength. Pan actually going to die to the upcoming push and the missiles.
But 3 down
like that,
again on Hero Fan Club.
And it's only the Kenza slash mage. That was a perfectly timed splash shot, but it just didn't even get it. The Ink Armor comes through in time, and the Rainmaker stays alive. So the all Kenza comp does not work out. I thought for sure that would be the saving grace right there. But no, Centopia able to take game 3. They stay alive. But now they're in another bad spot because it's Hero Fan Club's map pick.
Yeah, Super Hero Fan Club is still at Magic Point, so Centopia has to deal with whatever they choose. But I guess the fluidness in weapon choices didn't help them out in the end. I mean, the fluidness in that Rainmaker swimming was pretty good, I'd say. I mean, they got to the pedestal. That was super impressive. I was hoping that they might have splashdown canceled, but I guess not. Why bother? Splashdown so bad, just swim through it. Leo.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that was the most direct path. But yeah, either way, Centopia does manage to pull I would say pull a rabbit out of the hat. That would definitely look like they felt way more comfortable. And like, there's not much analysis you can do, but I do think that having that more overwhelming map definitely helped them. I'm just not sure how much it helped them versus how much they just... Like, I'm not sure how much the map helped in general. But either way, for the first time today, we're going to be seeing Clam Blitz.
Right. I'm actually looking forward to this. This is probably one of my favorite Inkblot modes, apart from Inkblot Tower. I really like this mode. It's just fun having that left and also having the step. It's just... I mean, some people might find it annoying, but I think it's good. I like it.
It's definitely one that lends itself towards defensive play.
Yes.
Which I'm sure is everybody's favorite to watch.
But
you don't even know the half of it. During the online era for Ultimate, the amount of times you would see Sonic just not interacting for 7 minutes straight. Oh my god. But for this one, I could see not a lot of defense happening in general, just because both teams like to play it fairly aggressively. So,
Centopia sticking to the same comp as Hero Fan Club changes a little bit back to what they used to be or were playing.
Yeah, this is the I believe that this is their splat zones on certain shipyard comp. They do bring out the baller Nautilus as well. So again, just they're having fun with it. The baller's going down. Slosh, you're in a very good position right under the basket if they can hop up a little bit. But still, just one player down on each side. Now 2 down on the side of Centopia as the Nautilus respawns. So this, again, just looking very strong for Hero Fan Club. They do have a power clam to work with and a fair amount of control of the basket area. Power clam gets dunked, and more clams are starting to pour in. Curve is going to... They aren't going to find the pick. The baller popped just in time, and now Hero Fan Club has control of the basket area again. We are coming out.
Unfortunately dying to a baller boop. Oh god.
I don't think he died. I don't think they died to it, but it was still very funny. I think it's even funnier that they didn't die. Either way, 3 down on the side of Hero Fan Club, so Centopia is able to reclaim mid. Basket just now going back up, though, as Hero Fan Club has already done half the damage that they need to before it's over.
Yeah, Centopia holding 2 power clams worth of clams and a few extra. But Oh, this is actually perfect for them. So, Hero Fan Club is just going down. They get the push. They're trying to put more clams in. So, 2 down on the side of the Hero Fan Club. Just throwing clams from step. Yeah, it's the best thing you can do. You don't have to fight anything in that position, especially as a slosher. You just slosh over the step and get the kill anyway.
The Centopia takes a massive lead right now, but again, just because of the aggressive nature of these two teams, it almost feels like that lead isn't insurmountable on the side of Hero Fan Club. Jade just very nice position. This is a very good angle. Shoutouts to Inkfair for finding this angle. We got to see a fair amount of the map right there before Jade just unfortunately got taken down right now.
Yeah,
I'm going to be jumping into basket. Going to immediately pop the Booyah Bomb to save themselves as well. Pan going down in the process though, but Hero Fan Club able to find a few more clams. Only down to the Nautilus though, and it looks like that's where the push is going to end. They only get 4 points off of it.
Now we see Centopia picking up how many clams? Like 17 clams at the moment. That's huge. That isn't enough to win. They need almost 3 power. They actually need exactly 3 power clams. So, but now they have a power clam.
And they still have the pity.
Yeah, they do still have the pity, but 3 go down on the side of Centopia. They might counter push off of this. Yeah, here we go. But there's not really enough clams to push. They're picking up some more and going back, but that's exactly what they need to do. But with 2 down,
they just need 1 more though.
No, they don't, because they can't have the same score.
But clams were 3, right?
Oh, there's 3. My bad.
All good.
Yeah. I thought there were 2 for a second.
Yeah. Imagine if it was distance-based, like in basketball. Like, imagine how annoying it would be to just be, like...
Make a 3-shot with clams.
No, like, the amount of times that you would get 2 points, just in general, would be... I would hate to think about that. As it stands, they do still need 1 more clam after a power clam to take lead on the side of Hero Fan Club. But Centopia finding the necessary picks. Kirby going to find another one as well if this keeps up. They do get Pan off the jump out. It looked like they got away, but it looks like they weren't able to.
We're going to see a jump on the power clam.
And this could be it. And it is. Hero Fan Club your Hero Fan Club loses their counter pick, and Centopia has forced it to their own match point.
Yeah, this is great position for Centopia. They brought it to the second game 5 now that we get. Yay, more content. But this time the double zap actually working for Centopia's favor. I guess that paint control plus the aggression of just shooting forward and then getting kills, like getting that kill during the jump. Yeah, it just worked in favor of Centopia. Now we'll be waiting for the counter pick on Hero Fan Club side.
Yeah. So the first clams match of the day couldn't have happened at a better time for Centopia. As now Hero Fan Club left scratching their heads. That was their counter pick. That should have been the map mode combination that they felt so good about, that like they were willing to just say, this is the one that we're going to finish you off with. And Centopia turned it right back around in their faces and said, no, pick again, and if you pick wrong, there's a much worse penalty than just letting us go to match point. This is the last game of the tournament for one of these teams. And it's stuff like this that makes me appreciate just how much strategy has to go into counterpicking.
Well, it would be the last match, but I'm pretty sure we have a loser bracket.
It is double elimination, right? I was thinking of Swimmer Sync.
Yeah, and that's
they just get so disheartened that they just pack it up, and DQ out.
Not the incident. No, we don't say that. They don't DQ out, please.
Red sus. So it looks like we're going to be going to tower control on Manta Maria.
I like this. This is a great map to pick. Both sides can win this. That's probably the best part about this counter pick. It's not really a counter pick. It's just pretty, I guess, average pick.
Wait, what's the opposite of a counter? Just like a clank, I guess. If you're thinking of
pick.
stuff. What I was trying to think of like what beats counter, and I was just thinking grab.
Grab the grab pick.
But like this isn't really like a lose the counter pick type thing. This is just like this is like relatively neutral because like it definitely doesn't seem like a neutral stage, but when you factor in how aggressive both teams are playing, it's really just going to come down to who out-aggresses the other.
It's a complimentary pick. I googled it.
Complimentary pick.
Wow.
For both teams.
All the teams are readying up, and we get to start our game 5 of Centopia versus Hero Fan Club. Get some hype in chat.
Alrighty. I think it's just the same.
Yeah, this is going same.
No, we're actually going to be seeing the Kansas Splattershot Pro coming out instead of the Nautilus.
Oh, true. I didn't notice that one.
I think that makes a lot of sense, but it's another one of those picks where it's just like kind of doubling down on the aggression. Instead of having that pseudo backline to work with for the Nautilus, putting a lot of faith in the Kansas Splattershot Pro to sort of be that midline anchor that you need. And I guess technically the 96 Scout can also act as that sort of anchor, but for the most part, it looks like Panpan's played more aggressively than not. And 2 down on the side of Hero Fan Club. Centopia is taking the lead and trying to run with it. Shade is in their base with the Suction Bomb Rush, and they are going ham. Centopia at the first checkpoint, not able to get past it. It looks like a few snuck past Shade, going up the left side of the map. I guess their right side of the map. Bombo Clock going to find 2. That's a full wipe on the side of Centopia, but only down to the one... never mind. The screen flip. So either way, Hero Fan Club, all 4 members left. They do have armor to work with. They also pop the Booyah Bomb. They have another Booyah Bomb ready if they need to because of the swap to the Kansas Splattershot Pro. And they're going to use that Booyah Bomb as well. So now, Hero Fan Club, past checkpoint 1, looking to take the lead, but Panpan's under fire. They do take the lead, however. 2 down on the side of Centopia. 3 down, just down to the orange Enzab left. And Hero Fan Club, storming through the bases. Finds the pick, trades actually. Shade goes down to the Kansas Splattershot Pro, and now a Booyah Bomb coming out. Hero Fan Club at the 3rd checkpoint, and they still have all 4 members left. Down to Shoyo to find the last remaining picks. 2 go down on the side of Hero Fan Club, and it looks like for just a split second, Hero Fan Club will be finished, and they do. So Centopia stays alive, but they're very, very far behind at this point.
It's already halfway done with the game, but the actual points in the game, it's done. They're done. They have to go through the 2 whole checkpoints, and Hero Fan Club can just play not to lose at this moment. They can just paint and then use their specials in the next checkpoint. And I'm pretty sure Centopia can't do anything about that. I speak 2 go down on the side of Centopia. It's a Hero Fan Club wants to KO, I guess. They're just gonna push up using their specials. Yeah.
At this point, you recognize that there's another consideration that really benefits Hero Fan Club right now. The range.
Yeah, definitely. The K-Pro is able to outrange.
Not even the K-Pro, but also the 96 Scout as well. Since Centopia switched off of the 96 Scout. However, range won't matter if they're right up in your face. RJ going to go down to one of the NSAPs. I'm not sure which, and I'm not sure it matters at this point, given that neither have their specials. It's really just down to which bomb you would prefer for now. And Centopia has found the 2nd checkpoint. They're starting to push in, but they're under fire as well. So RJ going to find a pick. Ink Armor coming out on the side of Centopia, but 2 go down in the process, and that isn't going to find that much value. RJ going to go down, however, and missiles are popped. Centopia able to push it a little bit further, but Hero Fan Club finds the tower. Kirby has found a pick, though, and Centopia's not in the worst position for a push, but having that Tri-Slosher to deal with is going to be so hard to deal with, but they find the Tri-Slosher anyways.
Wow, Centopia is really just rushing the tower at the moment. They're getting the picks that they need. I mean, despite that long range, like, they just keep pushing the tower. They're already past the final... actually, I take that back. They're fighting for the final checkpoint. And RJ takes the kill on the... oh, my. This is just so intense. Centopia going 3 down, and then the Hero Fan Club just having 3 specials up. They win this interaction here. This is terrible position for Centopia. They still need a whole checkpoint, and there's only 40 seconds left. That was a great push, apart from that, but they're really needing their specials, and they really need that, like, that capo to go down, or just more people to go down on the opposing side. There's Flash on Centopia that actually goes down. So they're just waiting for something, waiting for an interaction. I'm guessing at the moment in Centopia's mind, they're like, they're looking for Hero Fan Club to push up and do something, or they're just out of position so they can
they need to clear out that K52 gal.
Jade getting that kill on Pan. This is
Leomon coming out.
Yeah, it's pretty big. They don't have either of their armors up for a Hero Fan Club, so all they have to do is push the tower past the checkpoint, and then maybe they can get past that 7. But 2 drop on on the side of Hero Fan Club, and the game goes to a Hero Fan Club against Centopia.
Just really well played by Centopia to get all the way back there, but Hero Fan Club just looking very, very strong. They will advance in winner's bracket, but Centopia showing that they were never really out of it. They may have lost the first 2, but they answered right back very, very quickly after that.
Yeah,
and it took a very hotly contested Game 5 for them to fall.
Hero Fan Club, I guess, needed those 2 games in order to just accustom themselves to an actual, like, comp that would benefit them for the final game. They were still trying to figure out what to do to counter Centopia, and they found it. They found it in this last game. I guess it was just range, midline range, and it worked. They go 3-2, and good for them.
Yep. Well, that is a phenomenal end to our block. So we will be saying goodbye. We do have another great cast of commentators coming up for you after the break. We got Rissa and Popgun.
Ooh.
That's gonna be so fun to watch. Alright. But as for us, that's gonna be it for us. So
thank you for
Delta,
having me.
Yeah. Delta, where can they find you?
Yo, you can find me at at Stream Delta on Twitter, or you could even go to my Twitch account, L Delta Stream L. I appreciate any new people. I'm still trying to get affiliates, despite having over 100 followers. Which, don't tell me how that's possible, but I don't have people watching my stream. Anyways, as for you, Alias.
Yeah. I'm on Twitter at alias_handle. Outside of that, I'm just all over the place in general. But yeah, I didn't mean to start laughing, but Da Vinci joined the lobby again. Right. And on that wonderful note, that'll be it for us. We will see you all around. Take care, everyone. Stay safe. Stay fresh. Stay off the hook.
No ink.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to everyone's favorite game show, The Ink is Low, hosted by Popgun, and joined on the mic today, my lovely assistant, Riza. Riza, welcome to Low Ink. This is your first time commentating this, right?
Yes, this is my very first time partaking in any type of Low Ink tournament, and then especially going into this, starting in winners finals. I mean, I'm pretty hyped to see this, and I'm really excited to see the difference between high level and low level and just the weapon variations that we get to see.
What we're about to see here is the best of the best this tournament has to offer up to this point. Sirius, the second place team from last month, we all know the story. Bad internet kept them out of the first place spot in the podium. So far, we've seen them on stream, no issues. And they are back in the winners finals set that they won last month. The pickup team Heroes Fan Club, made up of a couple of old Tooniverse members here in Pan and Texture, but obviously some of the other players stepping up and getting a clutch win in that last set on Tower Control Manta Maria. But we are moving on to game one. Splat Zone's Humpback Pump Track. This is, if you are Da Vinci, who has been using K-Gal for most of this tournament, you got to be feeling pretty good that this map is showing up in the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Humpback, Splat Zone's definitely well known for not having just, someone playing one Booyah Bomb, but definitely multiple Booyah Bombs. 2 Booyah Bombs can come out from a team. And if you're Da Vinci here, yeah, this definitely screams Kensa 52 Gal all over it.
The teams are readied up. This is a best of 5 set. Winner goes on to grand finals. Loser gets to take a little trip down to the losers final side of the bracket as we just wait for teams to pop up here. We do see a K-Gal coming out from both sides. No real surprises there. Tri-Slosher obviously works out really well on the side of Sirius as well. Double armor on the side of Sirius, actually.
Yeah, Sirius coming out with double armor with that Tri-Slosher and the 96 Gal. Looks like starting out to get the zone here. Sirius looks like they're doing a really good job at having domination of the zone, and they take 2 down from the other team. Looks like Bombo here stuck in a Booyah Bomb, and that was a very interesting Booyah Bomb 1v1 that happened there, but Sirius did a really good job at just making sure they held that and took advantage of just letting the other team come into them.
Yeah, we traditionally don't see pickup teams do particularly amazing in low ink. We've seen them go pretty far in alpha bracket, but never up to this stage. But you're going up against one of the best teams in this tournament in Sirius right now, and Sirius starting to flex that in this opening minute or so, as we now see some Sirius players starting to get it cleaned up there by Unison, I believe is how you pronounce that, when the Tri-Slosher zone going to the side of Hero Fan Club. Soup just kind of staying back, picking up, building up some specials here, as we see a lot of specials online for Sirius as they're being very patient, just trying to poke a few players on the left side. Elbow there, Inkjet getting popped with Da Vinci. Taking down Da Vinci, that's a very good trade on the side of Hero Fan Club that's going to work into their favor, and it might actually get them the lead here as 2 players have gone down, but the zone stalls out? Question mark? And they get it back, and they do get lead.
Ooh, that was a really, really good lead there. Now the zone just kind of hovering back and forth. Looks like Sirius is doing a really good job at trying to slowly work up. Bombo Cat there in the zone there finally gets called out, and the zone is going to flip back over to Sirius's side. Now Sirius does have that penalty point that they have to work down to get the lead, but it's only by 20 points. That is definitely doable here. Though they are 1 member down, looks like they're trying to just hold the zone as they wait for specials and their 4 members to come back.
This is a good bounce back for Hero Fan Club. They were getting dominated pretty early on at the start of this game, but you see them kind of bouncing back here, getting the specials they need to get lead. Now Sirius reclaiming the lead, but losing a player in the process. Da Vinci getting a very nice double team kill over there on the right side on RJ. A Booyah Bomb coming in, and that's going to flip it to the control of Hero Fan Club. So, we do have a lead right here for Sirius. But with how Hero Fan Club has kind of bounced back, feels more like a tied game now as we just crossed the halfway point.
it really does feel like a time game. I mean, the scores are really close. The penalties just keep going back and forth. Right now, we're seeing Hero Fan Club try and have that Booyah Bomb come into zone to start a push going. Hero Fan Club does have both of their armors ready. It looks like they did pop both of them at the same time as they're trying to push into the zone. RJ here trying to help with that bomb rush as well. So they take down 2 members of Sirius. Soup and having to back up here, tries to panic Inkjet there, but is immediately called out by Hero Fan Club. And now Hero Fan Club has to get through. They have a small penalty, and then the lead could be theirs.
You know, I don't think we've seen like a true lockout from either team yet. And this looks like the first opportunity as Hero Fan Club has vast control of mid. But Sirius not rushing this. They're building up specials. You can see they're not afraid to lose the lead as they do take down the K-Gal or the 96 Gal. They do lose the lead, but more importantly, they didn't sacrifice everything so that they get KO'd right there, and now they're starting to clean up, and they should get control of zone. So, yeah, I like that play by Sirius there. They weren't rushing in. They didn't panic. They were fine with losing a little bit of lead, knowing they still got plenty of time left on the clock to take it back here.
Yeah, I really like that too. That type of awareness, it can get you so far in the game, and that showed through there because now look at, they have only a 4-point penalty. They're gonna missile in Booyah Bomb to protect the zone as Hero Fan Club is coming into the zone, and the lead has switched to their side. So that was really, really well played from Sirius.
Yeah, this is a great set. This is a great first game. Actually, 1 player left alive on Hero Fan Club's the Tri-Slosh. You see him back there just kind of building up armor here. But yeah, this has been a fantastic 4 minutes to start off this winners finals. We do see armor online for Sirius, ready to counter one of the armors that's going to get popped by the 96 Gal. A lot of specials coming in here to Hero Fan Club, and it's not enough to cap the zone. That's the first time we've seen somebody actually stand up and to take control of a push that's coming at them. It doesn't last very long, though, as Heroes Fan Club does ultimately get control of zone here. 15 seconds left to go, and they do need to go into overtime if they want to get the win here. Inkjet online for Sirius. You see they got plenty of time building up that specials, got the missiles to work with. A Booyah Bomb on zone should be enough to just kind of stall it, and then the missiles coming out as well should be enough to chase out players. The K-Gal does go down, but here comes the Inkjet as well. 3 players go down. They survive it all. And now it's just the Nautilus. There's no way they can get control of zone right here. Game 1. Finally, somebody holds firm. And you see a little bit of a little cheeky controller malfunction there, I think is what we saw at the end. But Hero Fan Club finally takes a stand and they get game 1.
What a crazy first game. That felt so balanced and back and forth. The penalties, weren't really high. Each team was playing that very carefully as they pushed into the zone. And it just came down to that last push that started going into overtime. I mean, Hero Fan Club played that so well. They knew that they were in a good position, and they just kind of waited for the other team, Sirius, to come into them. And that was really well played from both teams, but really good job to Hero Fan Club there at the end. Yeah,
there's no, obvious mistake that was made from either side. Even that final push Sirius made at the end to get back control of zone, it seemed like they played it correctly. It just didn't work out into their favor, which is going to happen from time to time. But it seemed like there were no true obvious mistakes, which means we're probably in for a good set right here. Now, here's the difference from this low ink from all the other ones is this new counter pick system. We've seen some really good counter picks so far today, and we've seen some god-awful ones. And it looks like Sirius is going to go with TC on Pit. We saw them pick this one last time they were on stream. The game lasted about 1 minute and 15 seconds. This is their best map and mode, and they're burning it right early in the set. I guess they really don't want to go down 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that first game went, might as well start out with a bang, Hopefully if they're really confident in this and they know that they played it previously really well, or maybe even have practiced it, I think that this could be a good start to get them going in the right direction.
As we see the teams starting to ready up here. I guess the question is going to be, what is Hero Fan Club going to do differently on this map? I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of changes. Both teams going anchorless, going very aggressive. And maybe that aggression that they're going to throw at Sirius is going to slow them down a little bit, considering last time we saw Sirius on this map just flat out dominate here. But if Hero Fan Club can find a way to get this win here, that obviously going up 2-0 would be huge, but knocking out Sirius on their, what seems to be their best map and mode, would leave Sirius with a huge head scratcher here. So I don't agree. I don't know if it seems like this is their best one. And I don't really know if I agree with them using it this early, but desperate times calls for desperate measures here as we do ready up, coming back out with once again a K-Gal. Basically the same comp on both sides to some extent. Just a Kinsa machine as opposed to the Tri-Slosher for Hero Fan Club.
Yeah, so now they are going to have one armor this time as we go into this tower control on Piranha Pit. Starting out here, looks like Hero Fan Club is going to instantly take the tower and start pushing it right away, along with missiles and armor. That happened so fast that I didn't even really have time to comprehend that they did that. I mean, Sirius already having to jump out as their teammates are going down, and then that's a trade happening as well. It's really happening just so fast. Pam doing a really good job at just juggling the tower, making sure that they stay alive for all these specials that are coming at them also.
I'm sorry, who made the counter pick here? Was it Sirius or Hero Fan Club? This is an absolutely fantastic start for Hero Fan Club, and this one might not last much longer. You see them approaching this third checkpoint. Missiles coming out from RJ. They do lose the Kinsa machine. 2 more players go down. RJ doing a great job getting a double. That's going to keep this going, and that is game 1. 58 seconds in tower control. Sirius in a dangerous hole right now.
What in the world? Like, Hero Fan Club they instantly took the tower, and then they instantly had, I think what really solidified that was missiles and armor, because that just added so much pressure. They had already gotten a pick on someone on Sirius, so they just took that pressure that they had and they just rolled with it, and it was done in an instant.
So now they're in a situation where they have to win everything. Obviously, this is going to be their best opportunity to get a win as they are moving on to. This is their final counter pick they get to make, and yeah, I mean that's the map they had to win on, and they chose. Mm-hmm. I mean they chose to burn it this quickly, but yeah, losing it in that fashion on your own counter pick, that is hard to come back from mentally. But one step at a time. It looks like they're going to go with Clams at Wahoo World. Yeah, this is obviously a must-win situation here, but this is going to be a difficult one to come back from mentally, from how devastating that last game was.
Mm-hmm. That's one of those things too, like if you're going into the game 3 situation where you need to win this, and then previously your counter pick was you just immediately got KO'd. I mean, that's something that you really have to like step back, take a breather. You can do this. We still are in this. We still have 3 more games if we win this, or 2 more games if we win this. So I think that, considering how the first game went, I think that this Sirius is definitely still in this.
Yeah, they're going to have to be, but one game at a time. They need to win here. They'll need to survive a couple of counter picks. And this is the map they choose to die on. Last time it was Splat Zones at Skipper Pavilion. This time, Clam Blitz at Wahoo, and you see them coming back out. Oh, I think I know why they want this one. The Vinky really popped off last time with those bubbles on Splat Zone Skipper. Bubbles are going to work out really well here, and you're going to see a lot of them coming from that squeezer. Also, Soup coming back out with the VDS as opposed to the Nautilus they've been using up to this point.
Yeah, and then on the side of Hero Fan Club, they are all sticking with the same weapons that we previously saw them in. So as we get into this game, starting off in mid here, Hero Fan Club using that missile armor combo they've been doing so well to push into mid. No picks yet, as both teams are kind of just trying to poke at each other, get some picks. We're seeing Bombo here using this Booyah Bomb and getting a pick on Friend here. But right now it's a 3v3 situation as Bombo Cat is going to go ahead and score the Clam here, and looks like their teammates are going to be able to follow up to get maybe a few more in, but they might have to just back up here and try and regroup as teammates are going down.
Yeah, and the bubbles are ready for Sirius once this basket does blow up. Step 1 is going to have to be clearing out all of these Hero Fan Club players that are partying in their base right now. You see Mars trying to struck around there, does take down one player, but the body count has been in the favor of the Hero Fan Club. They're not going anywhere. And look how orange this map is right now. As the basket pops right again, and Sirius in some serious trouble right now.
Yes, they are. Clam still coming in from the side of Hero Fan Club. They were able to armor up as well to just continue their push going. Seeing Bombo here using their Booyah Bomb, going back to get a few more clams. There's only 2 up left on Hero Fan Club. Bombo, though, getting a really good trade, and it's just going to be that machine on Hero Fan Club. Machine is going to safely jump back. So now finally, Sirius can start pushing into mid. They have 2 specials at the ready, and Mars has this pity clam. Hopefully, they can get a push going with the specials they do have ready.
For Sirius, it's just one step at a time right here. They don't need to get all the lead in one push. As you see them get a pick on the K machine, they lose Mars in the process. So Pan coming up here, getting a nice pick. But there comes the bubbles we were talking about, getting a nice double. And the bubbles are not done just yet, but it's not going to be enough to keep the basket going any further. So a bit of an empty push for Sirius, but for them, it's going to need to be a paper cut victory. They just need to slowly climb their way back into this one. That push might benefit them a little bit down the road, and it does give them, if anything, control of mid, if you can see how purple things are on the map right now, and all the players finally alive for Sirius as well. But Hero Fan Club able to build up a lot of specials and try to get something going here themselves.
Yeah, I think that Sirius definitely, that push didn't get that many points, but it did help them keep mid. Now Mars, they're trying to push it through those missiles. Unfortunately, does go down. And DaVinci here using those bubbles. DaVinci is going to go down also. And it looks like a Friend here has this clam, but they're trying to... Ooh, really nice team up there with Friend and Soup there. I thought they were going to have to back up, but nope, they paired up really well. We're able to get that clam in and get another clam in as well. Looks like they're doing a great job at keeping up pressure, trying to wait for their teammates to get follow-up clams to keep the basket open.
Yeah, are they going to be able to get lead here, though? The basket is fully open. They do find a way to take down DaVinci before those bubbles can come off. So 2 more players just sharking around there, and that is a wipe. But still, damage done. I believe that is 41 remaining there. So all they got to do is pop the basket and throw in 3 clams, and they'll have the lead. So, and with 1:20 left to work with. But that first thing they need to do is stop this push. Hero Fan Club not wasting any time, keeping the aggression up. And this aggression might work against them. 3 players going down. They don't pop the basket. Pan, the last player left alive, does escape and keeps armor. That's going to be huge because there's going to be an angry hornet's nest of Sirius players barreling down the middle of the map here. And they got a lot of clams and plenty of time to work with as well.
Ooh, and Sirius has 3 specials at the ready. It looks like they're getting ready to use the missile armor combo, and they do just that. They have 18 clams at the ready. DaVinci here gonna pop these bubbles on the left side, trying to get a pick. Does get a pick with their main weapon. Really, really good pressure. And now that allows their teammates to come in through mid and score a clam. And just like that, with a few more clams, Sirius now is in the lead, and they're continuing to score clams.
Yeah, and they're not going anywhere. They're looking for the KO. You see Mars still getting some clams and coming back. Adds a little bit to the lead. It looks like it will close up. And that is a good lead, but it's, Clam Blitz usually comes down to who scores last, it seems like, especially when it's this close as it is right now. So Hero Fan Club, if they can find a way to pop that basket, they might be able to get lead and in the set right here. As you see them popping some specials early. Pan going down before they can do anything with that on the Gal. And now overtime is just getting started. Wisely kind of backing up, and that bridge is going to close. And they actually land up there, but get taken down in the process. So now there's only one path, clears direct to the basket. All the players go down. Pan's the last one left alive, and there's the only power clam that is going to go away. And Sirius survives, and it was not easy at all. Wow, that's what Sirius has to do to win one game in this set.
Woo! That was something. I mean, it started out a little bit rough for Sirius. I mean, the way that Hero Fan Club got those huge points right in the beginning of the game. And, that was kind of just continuing from that last game, that tower control, just that mental game. And then all of a sudden, something clicked. And Sirius they had their specials coordinated. They were waiting for the other team to come into them. And they just played that really well and just held down the defenses really well there, too, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's that must have been a really nerve-wracking game for Sirius because of where they were last month. I mean, they won this one last month, and there seems to be some it's been kind of a battle back and forth with these new counter picks. This is the first time we're doing counter picks, and we've teams are trying to figure out how this works. They're asking if they can do tower control. No, they've already won on tower control. If I've won on tower control, I want to go back there as well, but no tower, no zones for Heroes Fan Club, and nothing on Humpback or Piranha Pit. I think TC Piranha Pit was the only Piranha Pit map we had anyways, but yeah, the question now is and you got 2 counter picks to work with if you're Heroes Fan Club. You don't need to win this game, and you can still save your best one for game 4, but I guess the question is, do you want to go with your signature map right now, or do you want to save it in your back pocket in case you don't win on game 4?
That's a really good question. I mean, do you want to just try and just rip the Band-Aid off and just end it next game? Or, do you want to kind of, you do have that playing room to kind of wait and see. So looks like the counter pick is in, and they are going to be picking Splat Zones on Muscle.
No, because they won Splat Zones. Yeah, this is why I say, yeah, they pick Splat Zones. Unfortunately, they won on Humpback already, so this is good. This is why counter picks are more difficult, right? Because you can't just sit on one mode. Now they have to win on Clam Blitz or Rainmaker. And it looks like they are going with Rainmaker Black Belly. 3rd time's the charm. They get a correct legal pick in there. And the only mode we haven't seen so far. I guess the question is, do they have a Stingray in their back pocket? What this obviously wasn't their first choice. So I don't know how confident they feel about this particular map mode.
Yeah, I mean, anytime I see Rainmaker Black Belly in a map list, there's always Stingrays on both teams. So with the way that both of these teams have been playing, they, like you previously said, they're playing anchorless, essentially. So they don't really have weapons that we've seen that do have Stingrays along with them. So this will be fun to see what the teams end up picking as weapons.
Yeah, I expect, especially from Sirius, I expect them just to come out with the same kind of aggression there. Davinci obviously kind of flexing back and forth between K-Gal and Squeezer. The bubble's working out very fantastic in that last set as well. I guess the question is, what is going to be the adjustment that Hero Fan Club is going to be running with? The player on their roster, Texture, is in Charger player, but the Texture is not here in this lobby, so I'm assuming they're still just going to stick with this aggression on aggression, which is fine. I guess at Rizza, though, at the level you play at, you're probably used to seeing 2 C-Jets here, though.
Yeah, anytime, whether I'm playing or commentating high level, there's C-Jets on both teams. It always happens, though, without fail. So I think this is actually making me really excited to watch this low ink winners finals because, Rainmaker Black Belly, like you said, I have a feeling that these teams are just going to pick the same weapons they have been playing, and it'll be fun to see those adaptations on this map and mode.
Game 4 coming in this best of 5 set. Hero Fan Club 1 win away from Grand Finals. Sirius trying to make this a Game 5 set. And we do see Stingray actually coming out on the side of Hero Fan Club. And it might not be the Stingray you were expecting. A Disco 52. Okay. I mean, you keep the aggression and you keep the Stingray on the side of... that is Davinci coming out with an Octoshot as well. So a little bit of a mix-up from both teams here.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to point out that Pensaglugas, that's definitely a pick I never see, and especially in a winner's final, so that makes me kind of really excited to watch how that plays. So it looks like Hero Fan Club does have that Stingray at the ready. They are going to use that Stingray to try and be able to push into mid here and get some picks. Looks like Sirius is going to throw out some counter missiles, and both teams just kind of fighting back and forth in mid. Finally, 2 down on the side of Hero Fan Club, as now Sirius is taking the Rainmaker and going to start trying to push it.
Yeah, I didn't even see the Kinsa Glookies until you mentioned it. Yeah, a lot of off-meta kind of picks here, and I agree. I like it as well. You see a lot of that in low ink. You see a lot of teams not being afraid to experiment, especially in this stage of the tournament here, as we see Friend trying to stay alive from that Inkjet. RJ is busting out here. A stalled game so far in this first minute as the Inkjet does get taken down. Davinci, I don't think they used Octoshot at all last month either, so that's a surprise pick from them, but it seems to be enough to get this game into a neutral setting here. But, oh, they got wiped, and no Stingray that they're going to have to kind of slow down this push. This is a window for Heroes Fan Club to knock this one out if they find a way to get a few more picks pushing up here.
Yeah, Hero Fan Club gonna at least be able to get the lead here, and now they know that Sirius is respawning, so they kind of have to play this really careful. Sirius is throwing out bombs to try and stall out this, and it's just Uni on the Rainmaker, just gonna push it, get as many points as they can. They were the last one up, so I think that was really good of them just to push it. Now they have the lead, and they have it all the way to 43, so it's gonna be up to Sirius to get the lead back on their side.
You know, being the last player left alive, like you said, and still finding a way to add an additional 20 points to your lead is very impressive for the Rainmaker there. RJ getting a nice double as well, and that's going to keep the Rainmaker on this side of the map, unless they can escape all these players that are behind it. But RJ looking for the quad on the Inkjet. Take a bow, young man. That is a huge play, and that is going to keep this Rainmaker back onto the side of Sirius before they immediately go down there. Rushed it a little bit, Friend punishing that play. But if you got a lead like this, now there's 2.5 minutes to go, 43 remaining. It means almost nothing on a map like this. But if you are the team that has the Stingray, you got to be feeling confident when you are the one that has the lead here.
Yeah, having that mental note of, we have a Stingray on our team, and we can just back up and make sure we have that ready to stop a push at any moment, I think is really good. And speaking of that Stingray, looks like they do have the Stingray at the ready. Hero Fan Club is sitting here knowing that they have the lead right now, and look at all this mid control that they have too. I mean, they have mid control. They're going to go ahead and grab the Rainmaker. They know that Sirius needs to come into them, so they're playing this really well. I'm going to get picks with that Stingray and just kind of keep stalling out the Rainmaker in mid here.
Yeah, nice play there by the Stingray. Not saving it for the defensive, but still using it with the aggression. That's what the 52 brings out. They're keeping the aggression instead of just kind of turtling up and hoping that they can wait out this minute and a half, but forcing Sirius to move up into their firing range here. So you see Friend taking down Bombo Clock, but losing the Rainmaker in the process, so they don't really have a man advantage to try to get something going here. But you got to get the sense that Sirius is starting to feel the pressure. 1:15 left to go here. We see Pan being very patient, getting a nice pick on Friend with the Kinsa Glugas, chucking those soda bombs from across the map to try to lure something toward them. Pan getting taken down by Soup as well. But now, here we go. 2 players down. A Stingray is online. If they can cancel that splashdown, they do not. So the Kinsa machine's going to stay up there, and that's going to create enough space for the Stingray to come out. And here we go. Heroes Fan Club starting to take control of this game here in the last minute.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. RJ playing this really smart. They know that they need mid control if they just want to make sure they solidify their win here. So RJ pushing into mid, painting mid really fast, which is really good. And now Fan Club just kind of stalling the Rainmaker out here on the left side, waiting out these missiles as Bombo is holding the Rainmaker. They know that they don't necessarily need to push it, but they're trying to kind of puppy guard the Rainmaker. And Bombo's just here trying to stall it out as much as they can.
Yeah, the problem though is the player holding the Rainmaker is your Stingray player, and that is 3 players going down, and they're not going to have a Stingray to work with. Mars picks it up, and it's going to be a question of can they take down the T-Tech to keep their tournament winner hopes alive. Mars trying to find a window. They are going to go for it, and the machine jumps in, and the T-Tech from the right side as well gets the pincer. A window closed by Hero Fan Club, and they are going to grand finals.
That was, I mean, I don't know if they played on this map and mode before, but I feel like Hero Fan Club, that was a really great counter pick. They were playing it really well. They just had constant map control, and Sirius had a really hard time finding an answer to everything that Hero Fan Club was throwing at them.
Yeah, losing, that was a really scary situation for Hero Fan Club, though. I mean, the fact that it was their Stingray player that was just trying to hold on to that Rainmaker, the fact that they lost 3 guys right there, but the fact that the T-Tech stayed alive the only player that needed to stay alive right there was able to get the win at the end there and shutting down that push. But a scary situation that goes into Hero Fan Club's favor, and they are going to be the first pickup team ever in this 2-day era that is going to be playing in grand finals of Low Inc. Sirius going to be taking a trip down to losers finals. And I believe we are going to take a little bit of a break to get the losers one set up, and then we're just going to roll through that. So we'll probably be back very shortly, though. Just so get ready for a losers run here. Should be having some great sets, and we will be right back with Low Inc. here on IPL. And we're back, boys and girls. I told you it wasn't going to be a long break. And we're not in losers finals just yet. We are in losers semifinals of the Alpha Bracket July 2021 here at Low Inc. And we're going to be bringing you guys Inkluminatis taking on Centopia. Centopia, you saw on stream, losing to Hero Fan Club 3-2. But Inkluminatis have lost in the big first round today, getting swept 3-0 by Fallen Inc. and have not lost since, sweeping Sekiznaga, access denied 2-1, lag 2-1, Myopsidus 2-0. So Inkluminatis on a bit of a tear here. going up against a Centopia team that was so close to making it to the winners finals themselves.
Yeah, I was looking at the bracket too. Both of these teams in the last round 4 went 2-0. So them meeting in loser semifinals here, it looks like on paper, looks like it's going to be a good match. And definitely really interesting that Inkluminatis is doing the loser bracket run, it almost seems like. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, we've seen teams do really well losers bracket after losing in the first round. We've never seen a team win low ink after losing in round 1. At some point, losers bracket is just such a grind that at some point you do hit a wall. So the question for Inkluminatis is, have they hit that point just yet, or can they go a little bit further? And this is a best of 3 set. Counter picks are still in play here, but the first game is always determined to be splat zones. This time it is Sturgeon Shipyard. Inkluminatis, we haven't seen them yet. So I don't know if they have a anchor player they could just kind of bust out to sit on that snipe area and control basically the entirety of the map, if they could keep them safe. But Centopia, I believe, was more of what we've seen so far, just the aggressive in-your-face kind of play style with double zap.
Oh, okay. So they've been playing, was it the orange zap and just the armor zap?
Unless I'm thinking of someone else, yeah, I think we've seen armor and orange for the most part of when they've been playing.
Okay, so this will be fun to see. Yeah, and definitely going into this not really knowing exactly what Inkluminatis plays yet. It's always fun to go into a match like that because then you get to just get a feel for what weapons they play and how they play, and you get to see how it all goes down in the first game.
Here we go, best of 3. Winning this game is insanely critical because if it goes to a game 3, you will be the one who gets the pick. There's that double zap with the slosher we talked about, and there is a charger that I wasn't expecting, but no, can be really effective. Look at all the last-ditch effort on everybody here. Neither team coming out super confident about this game, ready for those bonus points when they find themselves in a deep hole. Fair enough. But one player going down, a zap going down for each side. And I guess the question here is, can Inkluminatis keep this charger player right here very comfortable? Because if they do, they can just kind of dominate from up top there. Oh, and you can tell Centopia is aware of that, trying to sneak up there, and a nice defense by Trishack.
Yeah, that was really good, and that charger knew there was someone there. They weren't moving until that person was gone. So great starting hold here from Inkluminatis. I mean, they are really, really putting in work here, doing a really great holdout, just trying to wait out specials. Finally, one goes down on the side of Inkluminatis as Centopia is pushing into the zone. They are going to cap the zone, but as they do that, they do have one member down.
And another one going down. That's the charger actually going down for Inkluminatis, as well as their splatter shot. Actually, this is almost a wipe as the Squeezer last player left alive, and those 2 Centopia players are going to allow the rest of their teammates to jump back in here. So a lockout situation for Centopia. They had a little bit of difficulty getting control of zone when Inkluminatis was running the show for a little bit there. We see the Splash player starting to get up into the snipe and taking care of the Squeezer. The Charger player still alive somewhere, but Missiles coming in along with Abby getting a nice pick, and this might be control of zone slipping to the favor of Inkluminatis, but it won't be before the lead goes to Centopia. Those players staying alive just long enough to get control of zone in a 2-point lead, but 3 minutes left to go here, and again, another situation for Inkluminatis to get comfortable. Is that the Charger on the enemy side of the map? Up there on their snipe? I think it is. No. Yeah,
Yes.
Look at him. Push it up. I love seeing the aggression there. Okay.
I love that too. Just absolutely confidently pushing up. I mean, having that laser stare at you from the other team side is so scary. And look at that. They got a nice little tap shot there as it's now essentially a full wipe on the side of Centopia. I mean, Inkluminatis has no penalty right now. They are counting down the points right now. Once again, that charger is up on that spinner, just adding so much pressure and just looking for anyone that they can snipe down.
You know, that's where you kind of need to be when you have that kind of a lead that they do. Hitting a nice shot on zone, getting a nice double, hello! And can they get zone over this N-Zap? The bomb rush is going to come down. It's not going to be enough. The N-Zap should be able to paint enough here. But my goodness, this Charger player, the cojones they got here, really on display. And it is a huge lead, but still plenty of time for Centopia to get back into this one, but it's going to be difficult to do as they keep losing players without getting a trade off of them.
Yeah, right now that splashdown on Centopia, and as bubbles are coming into the zone, that's going to let Inkluminatis get the zone here and cap on it. So now they're going to push up, get that slosher down on the side of Centopia, and now they're just trying to push up and pair up really well together. Oh, look out! Oh my gosh, that was really scary. They were just kind of juggling on the wall, but it looks like their sniper was able to just use him as bait almost there and get that pick. So once again, complete wipe on Centopia as Inkluminatis is just confidently pushed up here, and once again that charger up on the other team's snipe area.
Yeah, you know, they got double missiles to work with, so they can chase that charger out of there, but they got no time. Penalty points are gone. Here comes the KO, and Centopia is staring down an elimination from this tournament. My goodness, I talked about how they need to protect their charger. Their charger said, nah, bro, I can save myself. Getting up into the enemy grate and just daring players to come at them. The charger player didn't top frag there, but they were definitely a factor that cannot be ignored over the course of that game. Squeezer, Trishaft, and the Inzap picking up most of the splats right there. But here we go. Winning game 1 in a best of 3 is insanely huge, because even if Inkluminatis loses this game 2, they get to decide the ultimate game on game 3. So for Centopia, first step, you gotta win your counter pick, and you have to pick your best situation right here. And if I'm Centopia, I'm thinking, what map can I do that is going to take that charger out of the game? And it looks like they're going with Tower Control Art Academy. Fair enough.
That was actually my first thought too. Okay, if you're Centopia, you know, what are you gonna counter pick that might be bad for a charger? Tower Control Inkblood, I think, is an interesting pick. I've seen chargers do well here, so you know, maybe as Centopia is picking this as their counter pick, you know, maybe this is just a map and mode that they're really confident in, and they have a game plan that they want to play out as they go into it.
Lyman, I believe, was the Inzap player for Inkluminati, has been subbed out, in Ozuna is subbing in. Not sure what to expect out of Ozuna, but they're taking their Inzap player out for this game. You like to see, somebody was in chat was saying earlier, wow, there's a lot of players on these low ink rosters. It's a 2-day tournament, and we rarely see the same 4 players play out the entire weekend. So having a little bit of roster flexibility, especially in a tournament like this with counter picks, where you can bring in your best players for each mode that might get thrown at you, is a huge advantage for a lot of teams that we see in low ink here. So we'll see how Ozuna coming off the bench into the lineup here can affect Inkluminati and try to get this win to close out this set.
Yeah, and it's fun to see a charger as an anchor, a backline, because so far the matches I've watched of this low ink today, I haven't necessarily seen a team with an anchor, so this will be fun to see. And looks like we are going to start and get into it.
You know, you've seen Charger. Charger, obviously, in the right hands, is arguably a broken weapon, depending on who's crying on Twitter at the current day. But as far as low ink is concerned, yeah, it's a weapon that we don't see that often just because of how difficult of a weapon it is to use. I think Pulp is the only player that comes to my mind as somebody who would use Charger in a more recent low ink, but we see the Firefin coming out on that left side and immediately getting a splat. Like I said, the right hand, it can be deadly, and it worked out early right here as 2 players immediately go down, and the Charger getting in position, but missiles coming out. That double missile comp that Centopia is busting out can be effective against this Charger, but they really need to spam them down their throat.
Yeah, they definitely need to make sure that they are using them at the correct times, the correct times to be able to move the charger around. And it looks like as Inkluminatis was starting to push into mid and start the lead, looks like they a couple of them went down, and now Centopia is pushing the tower. They are starting to pair up those missiles here and push up through them, and that paid off really well for them as they rushed the bats area there through the missiles, and now there's 3 down on the side of Inkluminatis.
Yeah, 3 down, and that is going to be the second checkpoint is likely going to fall as well. That is a difficult checkpoint to get across, and they're going to clear it with ease. So the first minute clearly going to Centopia, and this match might not last a whole lot longer if they can't find a way to get a few picks here. Another player for Inkluminati going down here. Here comes some missiles to try to slow down this push a little bit. But again, if they don't get any picks off of it, it's going to be another checkpoint fallen. The splash player does go down, and we see 2 more players for Centopia sharking along that top edge there. A very good spot you want to be in if you're pushing the tower. A few more trades coming out here is Ozuna coming in off of the bench. Currently talk fragging with 3KA for the side of Inkluminatis, doing their best to try to make this map a purple or a blue map as opposed to the yellow that it currently was, and having a very difficult time to do it. Again, the splats just falling into the favor of Centopia up to this point, even though the tower returns to mid.
Yeah, Centopia played that really well. Speaking of the missiles we were talking about, I felt like they were playing through those missiles really well. Pushing through the missiles correctly, and that allowed them to get, the points all the way up to 20. So now, finally, Inkluminatis is on the tower here. Looks like Trishoft is going to pop these bubbles here to try and get a pick. And I'm not sure who got the 2 picks on Centopia, but there's 2 down on the side of Centopia as Inkluminatis is trying to juggle the tower here and try to regroup to get in a position to get a strong push going.
Yeah, 2 players were down on the side of Centopia, but that Tri-Slosher being on that plat is a problem, and that is going to be a wipe. Centopia reclaiming things, but for Inkluminatis, it's a death by paper cuts if you want to get back into this one. 1 checkpoint at a time. Clearing that first checkpoint is going to be huge. They got 2 minutes and some change to work with, plenty of time, and they're starting to get some picks on that vanilla slosher as well. So they don't have to hit a home run and get lead off of 1 push, but if they can slowly chip away at these checkpoints, they'll get right back into this one. It's going to be difficult to do because they're getting splats, but it seems like they're only getting them as part of trades, and they're not winning the 1v1s they need to get that man advantage just yet.
Yeah, that's definitely true. That just kind of keeps staggering them out and really not letting them get in a good position to use specials to push mid at least, or do anything like that. And look at this, the aggression coming in from Centopia is great here as they push up and get 2 picks. And now it looks like just going to continue that as there's essentially 3 down, and now it looks like a complete wipe on the side of Inkluminatis as the tower is now once again in Centopia's favor as they're going to keep trying to push it.
Yeah, a nice splat there by the Charger, but it might not be enough to completely shut down this push. It's a good thing that they're staying alive. And now Centopia trying to stab that 3rd checkpoint to extend to their lead. Not going to do just that, but more importantly, these pushes they're doing deep into the enemy base, they're bleeding the clock. And now you see there's less than a minute left to go here for Inkluminatis as you see them starting to build up their specials. They got armor, they got some missiles that they're firing off just now, maybe a little bit early to try to, unless they kind of push up and get something with it. Suction bomb rush coming out from the Charger as well, as you see them trying to get up there on the plat, working around that left side. Junior right in the tower, and here comes some bubbles from the Squeezer, doing a good job of clearing out this area, but 3 players immediately go down. A nice response from Centopia, and that's a wipe, and this is starting to look like we're heading to a game 3.
It really is, as we are in the last 20 seconds of this match here. Centopia doing a good job at just making sure they paint everything in mid and just making it that much more difficult for Inkluminatis to be able to even approach the tower. So missiles coming out on the side of Inkluminatis. Looks like they're trying to figure out how to safely get to the tower. 2 down though, unfortunately, and looks like they are going to be taking game 2. Centopia is.
It's some people in chat were suggesting, why wouldn't you pick Clam Blitz there if you want to take the Charger out? And that's a fair point. But if you are going to run this map with the Charger is on the other team, the best way to beat them, how about you throw 14 missiles at them over the course of the game? It's very hard to get established as a Charger when you're constantly having to run from the hell falling from the sky. So there you go. That's obviously worked into the favor there, but again, we talked about this is why winning game 1 is so critical, and it looks like they are going with Clam Blitz. Actually is Inkluminatis going with Clam Blitz and Wahoo World, and we do see a sub coming in. I think this sub is still on the side of Inkluminatis as well. We might see Lyman come back in here. I can't tell just by looking at it who left initially, but we do have another sub here.
Okay.
Was it Abby? Yeah, Abby came out.
Okay. And Frank coming in for Abby. So on the counter pick, Wahoo Clams, I think this is definitely interesting considering that Inkluminatis has a charger.
Yeah, and they're opting to keep the chart. Frank is the 6th player for Inkluminatis to play in this best of 3 set. So their roster running deep here. But yeah, they could obviously take the charger out if they wanted to. So they got something up their sleeves here. Obviously, this is a really good map. If you have like an E-leader or something to just stand on your plat and you basically control that laser beam all the way down to the enemy side of the plat. Maybe that's what they're thinking here. Maybe they're opting to go with something like a bamboo. We see a lot of chargers flex off of that. You can run charger on Clam Blitz, but if this is the map and mode that they want to die on, they got to have something deep up their sleeves here that we might not be seeing. They're sticking with the missiles. They said, we're going to run this again. And there is the bamboo. And Frank coming in with the brush. Obviously, their Clam Blitz specialist is what it seems like.
Yeah, Frank is ready for Clam Blitz and Wahoo World at that. So starting out here, we also have Tri-Shaft still on that squeezer, which I think is a great pick for this map and mode together. So I think that'll come into play for them. Missiles immediately coming out from Centopia. Centopia is able to push into mid and rush through that to get this pick on Tri-Shaft. Looks like they are continuing this aggression from Curve, gonna get that trade, and now it's just the junior left up on the side of Inkluminatis.
Yeah, and that's a wipe, the squeezer player being the last one left in. And here come the Clams. I think they're gonna... Actually, no, they're back on the deep side of the map. I got a little confused as to where I was. So that was Inkluminatis that got the score there, but mostly got wiped in the process. So a bit of an empty push doesn't really mean anything. Yeah, they got points on the board, but it's not something... ultimately just giving a power clam to the enemy team. The charger player going down and Frank kind of rushing in here, but nothing really to support it. Oh, they are going to go for another miracle jump, and it might pop the basket again, but they're just going to give another mercy clam. They're not really getting a lot of value out there. Oh, are they not going to pick up that mercy? Okay, they are. I was going to say. So now they got 2 more clams to work with, and the NZAP lost a lot of clams to pick up that mercy, but they're firing right back in it. Here come the power clams jumping in. They are going to connect. No, actually they missed. It must have gone right under it, so no points there. And Shoyo's just like, oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to back out then with all these clams I was ready to throw in. So a bit of a chaotic first minute and a half here, and somehow it's Inkluminatis who have some kind of lead. Okay.
This is very chaotic. Tri-Shaft here going to use these bubbles to try and push in. Does succeed at scoring a power clam through that. Frank here has a few clams on at the ready. Frank getting 2 picks with that ink brush and is going to score in all of their clams. So that was so chaotic, but it worked out so well for them. Frank doing the ink brush strats, and now they only need, what is that, 2 more clams? Oh, it's just the bamboo left up, though, on Inkluminatis. They are going to have to regroup, but I think that was a great push for them.
That 1v1 play by Frank right there, that was huge, because if Frank dies, that basket closes up. And instead, they got the kill, securing the wipe, and it made it so easy to throw in 9 clams. Throwing in 9 clams is way more points than just throwing in a power clam altogether. So here you go, a huge lead. We just crossed halfway point, and you got to get the sense here with how aggressive Inkluminatis is being. Like, they're fine just popping the basket even if they don't get any value out of it. And now if they can just slip that brush in behind one more time, this set could be over. And 2 players going down, but as long as that brush is still alive, I'm going to be nervous if I'm Centopia. They finally take down the brush, but look how neutral the map is right now. That is going to work into the favor of Inkluminatis because they have such a massive lead. Centopia, man, they have to do so much. They got to shut down so much and also be aggressive at the same time. I love this playstyle from Inkluminatis. It's working out for them so well right now.
It is, and I love Ozuna on that junior, just doing such a good job at just holding that paint control, and that is allowing their teammates to be able to push up more freely and just continue the aggression. Even if they go down, look at, they're already back in mid here. Tri-Shaft immediately pushing through mid and just trying to work to start a push going for their teammates. I mean, and if you look at the clam count too right now, Tri-Shaft pushing it with these bubbles. It looks like this is so chaotic. I'm not sure, who's going to score. You see people going on both sides. finally, though, it looks like it's just Frank up left for Inkluminatis and Centopia. If they can regroup here, they can start scoring, and they do just that.
Yeah, a weaker team would have tried to kill Frank. They were like, there's a brush in our base, we need to deal with it. A heads-up team that's in this stage of Alpha Bracket makes the right play, goes for the basket, gets the points, and even though they're not going to get lead right here, they cut a deep hole into that deficit, but they might have sacrificed a little too much here. Now Frank has got the baller in a claim. Oh, they popped the baller! And that allows another player to jump in. This isn't going to be game, but it's going to be 3 remaining. A bit of a blunder there, popping the baller with the power clan. Frank says thank you, and Tri-Shaft up top does get shut down, so this game isn't KO'd just yet, but 20 seconds remaining in this game. The body count in the favor, and that's a huge pick there by Centopia taking care of Frank.
Yeah, Frank going down now. We're going into the last 10 seconds of this right now. Centopia has 26 clams and counting. They're trying to get as many clams as they can. But the splash goes down in the last 5 seconds here of the match for Centopia. Looks like they are trying to push up to figure out a way to get into the basket. They do get a jump in from Kurt Bay, but they are called out, and that's a complete wipe. So the winner of this set is going to be Inkluminatis.
Wow. Are you not entertained? I think counterpicks was a good idea. This has been a fun lowing so far. You know, we said they need to have something up their sleeves if they're willing to bring their charger, who to their credit did win the game, but wasn't a huge factor in that win. But they bring in Frank, who hasn't played a single game all set, and just said, go wild, young man. Just take your brush and go crazy, and it worked. What a shift, and we saw why that was the map they wanted to die on. Inkluminatis just punched their ticket to losers finals with that pick. Wow.
That was awesome to see. Like, you were talking about their roster swap outs, and I think that, I mean, Frank, it looks like when they play with Frank, they are so confident in Clam Blitz, because even though it got really chaotic there, I mean, they had an answer to all the chaos, and they just were able to continue the momentum around what Frank was doing.
Whew. Okay, so we're moving right along here. Inkluminatis keeps their win streak going. What is that now? 6 straight matches that they've won after losing at the beginning of the day. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they're on a 5-match winning streak, and they're going to be taking on Sirius, who you just saw lose to Hero Fan Club in winners finals. And this is we're going back to the best of 5 sets, and this one might be a little controversial, but game 1 is going to be on Splat Zone's Black Belly. You do see this map in some other tournaments. It's kind of unconventional. To some extent with some other things here, but it's almost a map that requires you to do something different from what you're usually using. Tri-sloshers, X-splosh, anchors work out really well here. But if you're the team like Inkluminatis, who seems to be running 6 players deep into this tournament, you got to think they can come up with something that's going to work out into their favor, versus a team like Sirius, who we usually see when you lose losers finals and you come back into this one, it's really difficult to regain momentum and take it away from a team, especially like Inkluminatis, who's been rolling all day long.
Yeah, the momentum that Inkluminatis has, especially after, that last set that we saw, they can definitely be playing off of that momentum, having made this crazy run through losers bracket. So that's a good point to point out, that Sirius being able to match the momentum. We're going to have to see how that plays out.
And again, we've never seen a team run through losers finals and win low ink. We've seen teams win losers finals, having to play the entirety of losers finals before, but there is a limit to how long you can play this game. You say, like, you run out of gas. Pop Gun is just a video game. It's not the most physically draining thing in the world. No, but there is a limit to how long you can play at a stressful, good level that's enough to win a tournament. At some point, your brain starts turning into jelly and you start making mistakes, and the other team that's more fresh and more alert kind of capitalizes off of that. So the question is, we're going to be, as long as Inkluminatis is still in this tournament, that is going to be a story until they get eliminated or win it either way. But yeah, Sirius here, clearly going to be the fresher team as they just got a little bit of a break coming into this set.
Yeah, that's really good to point out. And also, I think it's so interesting, previously talking about how I have really been a part of anything low ink related. Whenever I commentate Splat Zone's Black Belly, I always see at least, it feels like at least 2 Tri-Sloshers in the lobby, but a lot of times it's like 3 Tri-Sloshers in the lobby. So having, seen that in mid and high level Splatoon makes me so excited to see what these teams are going to play this in low ink, what weapons they're going to pick for this map and mode.
Weapons immediately being picked by Sirius. If you're Sirius, you've had time. This map was coming. They probably had all the time they need. Maybe they were watching stream. They know what Inkluminatis is going to bring out towards them. They read it up really quickly, so no real decisions need to be made there. They know what they want to do. For Inkluminatis, they got Trishaft, who's been using hasn't been using Tri-Slosher, which will work out really well here, but they've been using Squeezer. They got Limon, who I believe is been using InZap when they were in. Obviously, the Charger player is back in there. Kirat and a half. There's a lot of letters in that person's name. And I can't remember what Abby was using in particular. But that's the roster they're choosing to go with game 1 here.
Yeah, like they had previously done, they had swapped out for their junior player and Frank, their Inkbrush player. So Abby coming back in as they are going into the first game here of losers finals. And as we look at the weapons that come out, we are seeing a Tri-Slosher from Davinci. And then that also means on the side of Sirius, they are going to have double armor. And then on the other side of Inkluminatis, they are sticking to similar weapons that they have previously been playing. And let's see who starts out here taking the zones.
Yeah, it seems like no matter what weapon Davinci, who was Danush last month, has been busting out here, has been very effective with it. And obviously Tri-Slosher, probably the best weapon that you can use on this map and mode in particular. 2 players going down for the side of Inkluminatis as Sirius trying to cap control of zones, a very difficult thing to do on this map as well. All you got to do is sneeze on one zone and it completely stalls everything. And while trying to cap the zone, the players come back in for Inkluminatis. Davinci pushing up here, being very aggressive, saying, can you guys just get away from the zone, please, so we can put some paint down? And the things have kind of stalled out here. But 1 minute gone by, 1 point scored by one team, 2 points scored by other. Actually, that's 6. It's not 4.
Yeah, the scores are looking pretty even here. We're seeing Kirat here on the snipe area, just trying to maybe poke at mid, try and help their teammates get into mid. Nice trade here from Abby, and just kind of a lot of back and forth here. Is now neither team has really solidified a huge lead right now. Finally, the zone is going to go in the favor of Sirius, and they are going to get their points down to take the lead. But right now, it is a 3v3 going on. But as Sirius is still doing a really good job at controlling that mid tower, Davinci on it with that Tri-Slosher, that is always really important to make sure you have control of this mid tower.
Sirius with the lead with a whopping 13 points scored. Oh, here we go. Now they got control of zone, get 3 more points before somebody just sneezes on zone and stops everything. Once again, 2 more players go down for the side of Inkluminatis. And as long as Davinci is just kind of staying right here, this is a problem. This is a serious problem right here, because you got one of the best players in the lobby right here, just with the best weapon, just kind of camping out and having a party in your side of the map. You can't get to the zone, and now we've got Soup coming up here, abusing range of the Nautilus, almost got a nice fall-off kill on the Squeezer of a Trishaft, who gets a nice pick there. 3 players going down on the side of where are we at here? Sirius, that's where we're at. And Inkluminatis finally able to get control of zone, but that's a lot of points scored. That is a winnable score for Sirius.
Yeah, it really is. Finally, Inkluminatis getting their charger to that mid tower. That's always really important when you have a charger player, especially one like Kirat that can hit their shots. So the charger securely on mid, though. It looks like it's a 2v2 right now. It's just Soup left up for Sirius, and Kirat is watching that Inkjet landing. as Soup, looks like Soup was able to safely get away. So now they're out there in mid, watching for anyone coming in from Sirius, and also it's really important to point out they're getting jumps for their teammates. So that is allowing Inkluminatis just to continue the pressure that they have as they keep counting down their score.
Yeah, and the question is, how do they knock the charger off the tower? They got missiles to work with. Oh, actually, that works out. Just send Friend straight up the tower and getting a nice double on top of that, and they do get control of zone with it. I was just about to say, how do they knock off the charger? Because they've only fired 2 missiles up to this point, and they've only got more armor to work with, so they don't have a ton of specials to get control of mid, but just sending somebody just falling asleep just a little bit and losing track of Abby on that, or Friend on that K-shot has been the difference so far in this game. A minute 10 left to go here. This Charger player looking for a pick, trying to get something going here, while the rest of the Inkluminati players are starting to push up there. One player going down on the side of Inkluminati's is Friend, doing enough to cap his own back into their favor. But Davinki, and make that a triple on the right side. I think a bomb just took out enough players. Mars backing out in the zone once again, and the fact that it got a white, that's more important that they got the zone, because now look where the Charger's going. If they can stay up there, they can win this game. They gotta keep them safe.
Yeah, definitely have to make sure they keep Karot safe there. As looks like they're doing a good job. Tri-Shaft here on the right side of the map, watching this maze area, and they sent 2 other members on the left side, so they have to play this really carefully. Tri-Shaft in this 1v1 with Davinki is trying to just make sure they stay alive, and there's 2 down. I didn't see what happened, but 2 down on the side of Sirius right now as the penalty points are going down for Inkluminatis. Karot doing a good job at controlling this mid tower. Davinki coming in to get that pick and stalling out the zone in the last 5 seconds here. Popgun.
Here we go. Oh, wow. Wow, it was a 2v2 for the entire game. And I think what just happened there, one team controlled one zone and just held on to that one zone long enough for the timer to go out into their favor. I don't know if Sirius was able to recap or not, but regardless, just enough damage done there by Sirius to hold on and get the win and that's, if you're Sirius, obviously either team needs to win that one, but that one needed to be won more by Sirius, because you can't let Inkluminatis continue to build off of the momentum that they got. You want to be the team that puts the pressure on them as opposed to being the team that has the pressure on you when you're just coming off a loss yourself. But here we go, back into the counter pick situation. This is no longer a best of 3. We're in best of 5 territory here, and we do see a little bit of a roster change yet again. It looks like Abby is the one who came out for Inkluminatis. Ozuna coming back in. Abby being the K-shot player, Ozuna being the junior player, and they're keeping Lyman in, who's been using InZap as well. So it's a question of what kind of comp they're going to come out with here on the map that they are going to pick, which is going to be... Oh, actually, we're still waiting on it. So they know what roster they want. I guess they just don't know what map they want to run with this roster. I don't know.
Yeah, and then they have to think about too, you know, what's a good counter pick for Sirius? What was the main issue that they were having against Sirius in particular? You know, was it Davinki? And especially, you know, if it's Davinki can swap weapons, it looks like, to match, you know, whatever map and mode they are going to be playing on. So they just kind of have to really think through what their counter pick is going to be.
Yeah, you know, Davinki is a problem, like a serious problem for Inkluminatis. Obviously, that last map begged for a Tri-Slosher, so I think wherever they go, and it looks like they're going to go with TC on Manta Maria. We've seen a lot of teams pick this map and mode. All the power to them. I guess it makes sense if you got a Charger, you get your Charger placed on the enemy bunker, especially if we've seen how aggressive Kirot likes to be with that Fire Fin. Get them on the enemy bunker, you're pretty much set up to that point. I don't think we're going to see his Tri-Slosher come out from Davinki. I think we're going to go back to the K-Gal. The K-Gal, Nautilus Junior, K-Shot kind of bread and butter comp that's got him to this point in the tournament. But yeah, we might see double armor here because Lyman and Ozuna are now on the roster or in the lineup for Inkluminatis. We haven't seen those two together all tournament so far.
That is a really good point to point out. You know, is Lamont going to be able to swap over to something else? You know, maybe the missile zap, you know, maybe the Kensa shot, similar weapon to the end zap also. Looks like they are readied up. So as the match is going to start here for game 2 of Losers Finals, we'll see what weapons the teams ended up picking.
Somewhere in this world, there's someone with an IGN of Frank just being like, come on, pick Clam Blitz. I want to play again. Ready to go. Squeezer coming back out. It looks like Tinatech is going to be the weapon of choice for Limon this time around, so no more Inzap, just sticking with that single armor. And no real surprises. I think that's exact comp we expected from Sirius. Fair enough. It's what they used last month as well. It works for them. The question is going to be here, though, can they keep the Charger uncomfortable yet again, like they were able to do last time?
Yeah, that is a good question. As starting out here, it looks like the Charger is pretty safely set up on the left side. Oh, excuse me, on the street. And guess what? DaVinci is right there to take charge and get that pick on the Charger. And now lots of trades happening back and forth. Looks like, though, essentially a full wipe on the side of Inkluminatis as Sirius is pushing the tower and very confidently, along with Soup's Inkjet, they're getting a pick and just continuing that pressure that they're starting.
Passing this second checkpoint is so critical. It's a difficult one to get across, and they clear it in the first 54 seconds. This is not looking good for Inkluminatis. Soup dancing around on the enemy side of the map there. Does get taken down, and Friend is the last player left alive. Does hop onto the tower. It is going to add several more points here. I can't believe they would find a way to get across that checkpoint, though. They do get taken down, but still adds like 6 or 7 points. Nice heads-up play, being the last player left alive to extend the lead even more. And DaVinci, I think they know where the Charger is. DaVinci knows where they need to be to spark some chaos here. One more player going down for the side of Sirius, but yeah, that is not going to be a 1v1 match that the Charger is going to be thrilled about taking, as DaVinci behind the enemy base. Nice pickoff there by Trishaft, but gets forced into a awkward pincer situation that is ultimately going to work out into Sirius's favor.
Yeah, now Inkluminatis finally in a position to get on the tower and start getting some points. It looks like Karat is going to be the one riding the tower. So they have to play this really carefully, though, with the aggression that Sirius has been having to answer for the Charger. They have to play this really carefully, as Trishaft is going to use those squeezer bubbles to try and get some pressure going in the street area, but is going to get called out. And Soup here coming behind the tower on these grates is just going to help their teammates. And Sirius is doing such a good job at, it looks like you can tell they're calling out exactly where everyone on the other team is. And they are teamed up so well together, as they are now back on the tower and going to start putting up pressure here.
You know, we talked about the advantage Inkluminati has of having a deep roster. The advantage of having 4 players available is that you build a lot of synergy, especially over the course of an entire weekend. You see the pincers coming out there, as you kind of alluded to, and now you see them approaching this final checkpoint, doing everything they can to try to get across it. 3 players does go down, and DaVinci ultimately just going to shark here and try to get a trade at best. Ultimately gets taken down, a double team. Azuna getting the assist there, and desperately trying to put a lot of green on this map. But yeah, the question is going to be, you know, you're down 2.5 checkpoints, essentially. No, they were able to clear the first checkpoint, so it's not that huge of a deficit as you would think it is. But getting across that second checkpoint is going to be really difficult to do, especially when they're just not winning their 1v1s right now. They're having a hard time finding an answer for Soup, who is currently leading the entire game with 12 KAs right now on that Nautilus, and seems to pop the Inkjet always at the most devastating time for Inkluminatis.
They really do, and they have armor as well. They're pairing Soup's Inkjet with the armor so well, and that is just putting up so much pressure and continuing like they did. They popped the Inkjet, the armor, and then they staggered it out with missiles as well from Friend. So just those staggered specials, the pairing of specials also is just playing out so well for them, as they once again have the tower at this 3rd checkpoint.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they'll be able to get across it yet. They're just kind of one player jumping out, and DaVinci refusing to ever. I don't think jumping back is a play they have in their playbook there. Finally, they go out there. I thought they were sure going to go down swinging. But regardless, 45 seconds left to go. You've got to clear that first checkpoint. You don't have a lot of time to kind of to do it. You need to do it in basically one push. And you got armor right here. You got to pop up. You got to get some kills with this armor. You see the Inkjet going off, looking for somebody to just splat there. The Charger going down yet again behind everybody. So that's going to create another pincer situation. The Vinky make that 3 players going down here. Wow, Sirius looks way too comfortable right now.
They do. You can see them painting the map. They know that they are holding mid here in the last 10 seconds of this. They have Soup once again on that Inkjet. They have an armor ready, which they use at the last, 8 seconds of this, just to make it that much more difficult for them to go down. And it's just Azuna. Azuna gets called out there, and game 2 is going to be going to Sirius.
I think tower control, from what we've seen from Sirius so far today, even though they got kind of beat up pretty badly on that tower control pit game we saw in the winter set, this seems like the mode traditionally that they're more comfortable in, and it really showed right there. So now the question is, do you go to Clan Blitz because you have to win or you're out of this tournament? And the other question is, are you finally starting to hit that mental wall that we talked about they're going to be doing? One player is subbing out for Inkluminatis. It's just the question of who they're going to bring in. That was the Lyman, I believe, who's using T-Tech last game, coming out. And if Frank is coming in here, I think that's almost a guarantee that we are going to see a Clan Blitz. And I don't see any reason not to go with it. Yeah, they're going back to Clan Blitz on Wahoo. So there you go. Clearly the map they want to die on, and we've seen why, and I think they play it perfectly. It's the perfect blend of aggressive offense and timely defense that they bust out here that got them the win last time, and they have to get the win here and then survive a couple of counter picks if they want to keep their tournament hopes alive.
And I think this will be good for them, not only having, Frank come in, and Frank just was so confident on this last time we saw them, but having Karat switch over to the Bamboo, I think will be really helpful for them too, because it looks like Sirius is just coming at Inkluminatis with full aggression, and so maybe that Bamboo switch from Karat will help, shut down a little bit of that aggression if they are able to just back up and top shot them with that too.
Yeah, the problem here, though, of picking this map and mode, Davinci is going to use Squeezer. We're going to have a Squeezer v Squeezer matchup, and so far, from what we've seen, Davinci's Squeezer bubbles have just been way more devastating than what Trishaft has been able to bust out so far in this set. Soup, I believe, has been using CDS on this map, too. I think this is actually a map. Didn't they counterpick this same map as well? I think this is Sirius's. I think this is a map Sirius would have counterpicked anyways. So this might not work out for either side, or this might not be the advantage that Inkluminatis was hoping it was going to be. But I still like the idea of, if we're going to lose, we're going to go down on our personal best one.
Yeah, I like that too. Especially, this is the game that they need. If Sirius wins this, they will be moving on over to the grand final side of the bracket. So, you know what? Hey, Inkluminatis, they did so well on it the last time we saw them on stream. So let's see, how they do on it again.
Bubbles coming back out from the side of Davinci and VDS once again, so no real surprises on the side of Sirius, but yeah, no surprises either. The Brush coming back out here, and look at Frank immediately going to mid, immediately soaking up clams. This, if you ever play solo queue and you just got that annoying Brush on that's in your lobby, this is them playing in a competitive set right here. It worked out last time. They do have a power clam, but they're opting to just kind of back up with it. I believe that is Frank back there with the... Oh no, they found a way to go back door! Yet again, they lost control of the Brush. That is a problem, and now they're bothering to just kind of soak up some shots and push back Friend a little bit. I don't think they have any clams to work with this, but if Sirius wants to win this, they cannot lose track of Frank, because if they do it just once, that could end the game.
Yeah, I mean, commentating this, I didn't even realize Frank was back there myself watching this, so they definitely have to make sure they keep an eye on Frank. Finally, though, Sirius here, gonna start trying to get a push going. The bubbles come out from Davinci, and they are able to finally get that power clam in. Let's see if they can get any more clams in, though, behind that. Looks like they have a couple.
Oh, no. Oh no, DaVinky's kind of schmooving right now with that squeezer. Yikes, staying alive. It's not going to be enough to get him lead, but yeah, somebody is way too comfortable in that squeezer to just dance there, begging the Bamboo to take them down, and still gets the pick. So there you go. But Frank here, they got a lot of power clams. Looks like they're just trying to build up a baller to work with here. And try to push back in, and they see Frank. Are they going to make the same mistake? Look. Oh, they popped the baller again! Guys, why are we doing this? And that is going to cost them 3 power clams come in! Why are all these teams popping ballers when they have a clam? I don't understand. That is going to be a huge score. 3 power clams come in because of that.
That was insane. I mean, and the armor too that just solidified that push was amazing. So now Sirius here in mid, gonna have Friend use those missiles. Guess what? Frank, hello? Frank is behind them yet again, gets another clam in. I don't know if he's gonna be able to get any jumps. It looks like there's a jump in behind there. Karat tried to get a few clams in, but wasn't quite able to. But that distraction from Frank, that's gonna be a real problem for Sirius.
Yeah, and they're not going to stop. They're going to just keep going there the entire game. And that's what sucks when you're the team that's losing, because you want to move forward, but you can't do that when they're the back of the mind. Oh, there's a brush behind me, and you got to turn around, and you got to spend more time playing defense than offense. Frank is down now. You got to go. They're popping the missiles. Sirius needs to go right now. And you see Inkluminatis recognize that. They're starting to soak up some of those clams, make some power clams themselves. They do pop the basket, get another mercy clam in. DaVinky up top there with some clams all alone. It won't be enough to get lead, but it's dangerously close. And now DaVinky's the last player left alive, saying, hello, Frank. How does it feel to have somebody in your back house now? And it looks like they won't get lead, but DaVinky's not going anywhere. Yet again, that is a really dangerous situation. A taste of their own medicine is being given to Inkluminatis, and another Bamboo versus DaVinky fight. This one going to the Bamboo player, getting a little revenge themselves. What an exciting game. And Frank again, oh no!
Frank, they are not popping the baller. I don't think Frank, though, finally pops the baller himself, and the doesn't win. Looks like that is going to be it. Tri-Shaft coming in behind through the bubbles, gets that final power clam in, and that is going to be the game going to Inkluminatis.
I've never seen a team that has. This is why counter picks changes low ink. I mean, nobody can find an answer. Look at the KAs. You tell me who won this game. The Bamboo got 1 pick, and it came at the very end there. Frank only got 4, but the fact that they're not even focusing on picks at all. They're just running wild all over the map in Sirius with all their firepower. It just doesn't know what to do with it. It's almost like when the Batman and the Joker are fighting, and the Joker's just like, there's nothing you can do with all your strength against me. And there really wasn't anything there. The problem is, though, 2 counter picks coming from Sirius, and I have a feeling they're not going to stick with Clam Blitz going forward.
I have a feeling too. And you know, if they know that Frank's gonna come in anytime there's Clam Blitz, they definitely know that was an issue. So looks like 2 members of Inkluminatis leaving the lobby. Let's see who they're gonna have play in this next one.
Looks like the pick is in. It is going to be Rainmaker at Wahoo World, or was it Mako Mart? Okay, so Rainmaker and Mako Mart is what they're going to go with there. So a smart pick in the comp that is going to be coming in for Inkluminatis. Abby is coming back in off of the bench, and Lyman as well. So 2 players coming in and out, Tri-Shaft and the Charger coming back in here. I believe this is the first time we've seen Inkluminatis on Rainmaker. I don't think it got picked at all last set, and obviously the first time this set it's being picked. So will we see the Stingray Charger? Will they go with the C-Jet? This might be the only time, Rizza, that we get to see an actual pure anchor in a Rainmaker game in this tournament.
Now that I think about it, I think you're right. You know, we might actually see that, like we were looking for on Black Belly Rainmaker. We were like, oh, maybe I wonder if anyone's going to play C-Jet. I think if any time during this tournament there's going to be one, this will be it. So let's see if Karat is going to just stick to Charger as they have been, the Splatter Scope, or, you know, go ahead and play that custom Jet Squelcher.
And you know, this is really the only choice that Sirius has, right? They can't pick splat zones. They can't pick tower control because they've one of those both. So the only option is Rainmaker or have the Frank party of Clan Blitz yet again. So they had no choice but to go to Rainmaker basically. And now that's why I think that's why we're going to see this. And I have the feeling if they lose this one, we're going to go right back to Rainmaker because they don't really have much of a choice. No Stingray at all. Doubling down with that bamboo. The bamboo hasn't really been working out for them up to this point, even though they got both wins using it. But you got to get the sense that they're really feeling confident in that bamboo if they don't want to bring a Stingray out here.
Yeah, maybe that's their answer to DaVinci, maybe just spacing out DaVinci with that bamboo, something like that. So we're going to have to see how it ends up playing out here as armor coming out from both teams as each team is trying to push their way into mid. DaVinci, though, here stuck in this 1v1 with Lemon. It looks like Inkluminatis is going to be the one who's grabbing the Rainmaker and is going to start pushing it on this left side with Tri-Shaft leading that charge. They do have to be really careful though because Inkjet and missiles are coming out to stop this Rainmaker push.
Oh, but 3 players going down. I don't know where the K-Gal. Okay, so the K-Gal, DaVinci, the last player left alive, forced to kind of retreat, and that's going to be a lot of points going up into the side of Inkluminatis if they can find another way to get that Rainmaker dancing around that unequal side. 22 points remaining. Soup in a good position to try to shut down anybody flanking around here, and there are players jumping in from Inkluminatis. Soup taking care of one. They're not completely out of the hen house though. Lyman goes down. And I believe the bamboo. Oh, the bamboo slipped everybody. It gets to 5 remaining. What a play! The last weasel left in the hen house steals the prize, and 5 points remaining. That is a monster push to start off here for the team facing elimination.
That is, Sirius essentially has to KO this Rainmaker, basically. So going into this, there's 3 minutes left of this match here. Anything can really happen. As, speaking of, that's a complete wipe on the side of Inkluminatis as Sirius is rushing the Rainmaker right now. Mars in control of the Rainmaker, pushing it. He gets it so close, all the way down to 7. DaVinci has this Booyah Bomb, though, to pop the Rainmaker shield. Are they going to be able to grab it? And, oh my gosh, they do get the lead.
The Booyah Bomb coming in right at the right time. And this might be a KO right here. Actually, the K-Shot, the last player left alive. It's not going to be enough. Soup going up the body block, and Sirius survives. Punches their ticket in a back and forth bout right there to make their way into grand finals for the 2nd month in a row. And Inkluminatis take a bow, putting on a show right there, but ultimately not enough, with Soup getting 9 KA in about a minute and a half right there. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, getting it in the first minute, getting it all the way down to 5, and then all of a sudden, bam, instant KO. Right as I said that too, they're gonna have to have essentially a KO, and that, guess what? They heard me, and that's exactly what they did. That was insane.
And just like that, one of the best Clan Blitz teams we've ever seen in Low Ink takes a bow out of the tournament. Taking 3rd place is Inkluminatis, but we are going to be bringing you guys Sirius versus Hero Fan Club, that grand finals, the first grand finals to have counter picks in Low Ink history. You do not want to miss it. We'll be back after a short break. You are watching Low Ink July on IPL. think they're just trying to build up a baller to work with here and try to push back in. And they see Frank. Are they going to make the same mistake? Look. Oh, they popped the baller again! Guys, why are we doing this? And that is going to cost them 3 power clamps come in! Why are all these teams popping ballers when they have a clamp?
A jump in from Current Faye, but they are called out, and that's a complete wipe. So the winner of this set is going to be Inkluminatis.
Wow. Are you not entertained? I think counter picks was a good idea. This has been a fun low ink so far. You know, coming out as well should be enough to chase out players. The K-Gal does go down, but here comes the Inkjet as well. 3 players go down. They survive it all. And now it's just the Nautilus. There's no way they can get control of zone right here. Game 1. Finally, somebody holds firm. And you see a little bit of a...
Danny Boy's keeping the play way back, and the Rainmaker's trying to go for a run here, and now it's only 3 down, and there's only 1 left, and Downey's able to get the pick, but they need to pop this Rainmaker instantly, or else it's going to be the lead, and the Younglings get it! They get the lead! They're trying to the knockout, and 21 does it! And we're going to game 5!
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Grand Finals of Low Ink, July 2021. I am Popgun, joined on the microphone by Riza, and we got a fantastic rematch of Winners Finals. Sirius taking on Hero Fan Club, who's been waiting very patiently for this set to get started, and we are going into a best-of-7 set here in this Grand Finals.
Oh man, I'm so excited having watched both of these teams already play. And with the momentum that Sirius is going to have coming off of that last set, I think that's it's definitely going to be something to match. I mean, we've seen these two teams play each other already. You know, obviously Hero Fan Club being the one dominating that set. But coming back to this, you know, Sirius has a lot of momentum coming off of that losers final, so this will be fun to see.
And you know, we're not the only ones trying to predict the winner here. You at home can lose all of your channel points voting on the wrong team. Make your predictions now, which team you think is going to win this set. Not the entire tournament, but this set. Because if Sirius wants to win, they need to force a bracket reset. So that is what you're predicting for right now, and it looks like, wow, a lot of people are dumping tons of money on Sirius for this set. It's understandable to see. A lot of times when we see rematches, it usually goes into the favor of the team that lost Winners Finals. But this time's a little bit different, because Sirius knows what counter picks don't work against Hero Fan Club. But more importantly, they need to find a way to get the win right here. Splat Zone's Art Academy, a map and mode a lot of people suggest is one of the more balanced ones if it wasn't for that awkward glitch somebody discovered a few months back. VDS coming out for Sirius, and the pickup team Hero Fan Club coming out with double armor yet again.
Yeah, Hero Fan Club coming out with that double armor. And right now, both teams kind of rushing into mid, trying to get those first picks. And looks like picks coming out from both sides. But Sirius has 2 down right now as Hero Fan Club is in control of the zone very confidently. They do have to be careful, though, because Sirius backed up. They're playing this really well. They have 2 specials ready. Soup has these missiles at the ready. And armor going to come out from them as well. But the specials didn't necessarily help us. They have 1 down right now as they're trying to get into zone, but it's looking really difficult for them.
Yeah, there's 2 ways that we see teams come into this game 1 when you're the team that won and you're coming in off a little bit of a break. You either come out and get punched really hard in the face in the first minute, or you flex the fact that you are fresh and you are rested up and ready to go. And right now, Heroes fan club looks like a rested team that enjoyed having that break, and they are dominating right now and still has the man advantage. They're not losing control of zone. Friend getting taken down without a trade, and just one more player left alive out on the right side, and you see they have to jump out, holding that Booyah Bomb that's going to be their saving grace if they want to avoid getting KO'd here in the first minute and a half. Inkjet from RJ pushing deep into the base. There goes the Booyah Bomb, but they're just going to paint over it, and game one is currently stalled back out, at least for a little bit longer, but too many bodies are alive for the side of Hero Fan Club. And here you go. 3 more wins and this tournament is over. But here's where counter picks come into play. If you want to win a best of 7 set, unless the other team has picked a mode you have won on, you're going to have to win on all 4 modes. So it depends on how Sirius is smart with their counter picks here. They can kind of back Hero Fan Club into a bit of a corner as far as what they could pick if it came down to it. But the counter picks really didn't work out in the Sirius favor last time these two teams met.
Yeah, they the counter picks that Sirius previously put out in the last set between these two teams, Hero Fan Club, I mean, had answers for everything. Every map and mode, Hero Fan Club, it just felt like you said, they're a pickup, but they're playing so well together. It's almost like they have tons of synergy with each other, but they're a pickup. There's just something about them. They just play everything really well together.
You know, everything's a pickup until you start winning, and then it becomes a project. And then when you start winning through that, it becomes an actual team. So who knows what stage this group of players are in here. It looks like the pick is in. It is going to be Mako Mart Tower Control. So they picked Piranha Pit Tower Control last time, and that game lasted a grand total of 58 seconds into the favor of Hero Fan Club. They said, Tower Control still our best mode. We feel like, let's take a roll at something not so flat like Piranha Pit, not so wide like Piranha Pit. Let's condense the map a little bit more and see if that works out to our favor. Yeah,
Tower Control, Macamart. I think it's a really good pick. And depending on how Sirius plays it, I think that could definitely work out well for them. I think, Soup playing that Nautilus with the Inkjet, that could really, really come into play for them. We're going to have to see, though. It looks like these teams readied up really fast, too. So, I mean, I'm sure we're going to see same comps from both teams that we've been seeing from them also.
Yeah, Sirius has been, it's almost like Sirius is just kind of reading off a book when it comes to their counter picks. They've been very quick with making their picks. They've been very quick to ready up. Of course, when you got the same kind of comp they've been using for 2 months now, it's not a real surprise. And nothing really changes for Hero Fan Club either. They're just coming out with a Kinson machine as opposed to the Tri-Slosher they had last time. So only 1 armor this time around. And they are going to hop onto that tower immediately. No picks coming out from either side. But still opting to kind of push the tower. Now we got a trade, and 1 more player going down for free on the side of Sirius as Da Vinci does get... Oh, we got a double wipe! A double knockout, and the tower's just going to reset. Okay, the sparks kind of flew very quickly there.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. Immediately, a complete wipe on both teams to start the game off. So both teams, have to essentially restart the entire match here as they're both coming into mid, trying to get specials. Right now, Friend is the only person. Okay, 3 specials now at the ready for Sirius. That looks like Friend is going to use those missiles to start trying to get a push going and get a pick. Machine is going to go down on the side of Hero Fan Club as Friend was riding the tower. They're trying to push it, but I mean... The pressure that Hero Fan Club has is really great as they're just doing a good job at stopping anything that Sirius is trying to start.
This has been a bit of a bloodbath for at least the last minute here. No team no team able to kind of establish a full man advantage over the other here. It seems like as soon as one player dies, if it's not a trade, somebody's dying on the opposite side of the map for the same team that just got the pick. So here we go. Finally, the tower does get into momentum into the favor of Sirius here, who's looking to cross that first checkpoint. Friend popping those missiles is going to chase everybody away so they could safely pass this first checkpoint. Not the most difficult one in the world to get across, but it's one you want to get through nonetheless. I don't know if they realize there's a player on the backside of their map. A Sirius player. All right, no, and they must have slipped back through the breakfast area over there. So here we go. Hero Fan Club with an opportunity to get a push going.
Yeah, starting it out with RJ's Inkjet here. RJ getting a nice pick with that Inkjet as Pan is right into the tower through this first checkpoint. And they do get it past this first checkpoint. They're trying to safely juggle it, though, trying to stay alive through all these bombs coming out from Sirius. So finally, though, Pan is going to go down, and it's just that machine who was forced to jump out on the side of Hero Fan Club. So not necessarily a huge push from Hero Fan Club, but definitely got them the lead.
Yeah, gets them the lead. But basically a tie at this point. No checkpoints in the way of either team. And here they go, just 4 more seconds away of tower riding to get lead. And they do get it right there. But again, you don't want to sacrifice too much here just for a 1-point lead at this stage in the game. As you see, 2 players do go down. Soup opting to just kind of back out a little bit here. You need to stay alive if you want to keep hold of this lead, and does find a way to jump back there. So they do get lead. They don't sacrifice a lot to do it, but still basically a tied game at this point.
Yeah, essentially tied. And like you said, you know, as we see, there's 3 members up on both sides of the map right now. The lead gonna switch back over to Hero Fan Club right now, and they're gonna continue getting points as there's 2 down on their team, and Sirius is trying everything they can to get back into mid, to get the tower back into mid, so that way they can get a push going on their side. The lead, again, is huge right now, but definitely Sirius has some work to do if they want to get the lead.
Yeah, all they got to do is basically get to that checkpoint, and they need to... Oh, if they can find a way to take down this Inkjet right here with 2 players going down. The RJ being the last player left alive, getting a nice pick. Oh, but it does ultimately result in a trade. So the tower... Oh, I was kind of confused. The tower is not on the side of the map to where it can be added to the score that Sirius has here. But about a minute left to go here. This is a lot of yellow on the map for Sirius. A lot of specials starting to get built up for the side of Heroes Fan Club as well. But Soup getting a nice pick. But once again, it's basically just a trade. The man advantage not into the favor of Sirius just yet, as Soup gets yet another pick. But again, it's because it's after the fact that one of their players dies. So we're seeing still this back and forth match. Da Vinci's the last player left alive, and all of the great work that we're seeing some players do is being negated by the fact that other players are dying on this Sirius team. They can't really capitalize off of these great hero plays they're making.
Yeah, they really can. I mean, it's definitely a lot of back and forth, a lot of deathmatch. We're seeing RJ sitting here with this Inkjet at the ready in the last 10 seconds of this match. RJ is going to use that Inkjet. Bombo has this Booyah Bomb at the ready. It's essentially almost a GG Booyah Bomb there as Bombo gets that Booyah Bomb off, and that's a complete wipe on the side of Sirius. Hero Fan Club will be taking this game.
Good news for Sirius. That tower control game was actually competitive. The bad news, you are now down 0-2, and Heroes Fan Club is just 2 games away from closing out this tournament and being the first pickup team ever to win Low Ink in the 2-day era, which would have been a fantastic accomplishment if these guys can finish it off. But now here comes the question. Last time they picked Clan Blitz at Wahoo World, and they might be interested in doing that again here, considering A, they won on it last time against Hero Fan Club, and B, there's no annoying brush player that's going to be dancing on your side of the base the entire time. And it looks like the pick is in. They're going with Anchovy Rainmaker, actually. So maybe they're saving. They might be doing just that, actually, because here's the thing. If Hero Fan Club wins this game, that means they will have to play the next 4 games of this set on Clan Blitz. So I like that play by Sirius here, because if they lose this, they get to play the rest of this set on their best mode, because Hero Fan Club has to win on all 4 modes to win this tournament.
Yeah, that's really interesting to think about. You know, picking Rainmaker. Rainmaker can play out really fast, especially speaking of that last Rainmaker we saw on Mako Mart. So we're going to have to see how Sirius is going to play out this and what their game plan is.
Yeah, we haven't seen them play Rainmaker yet. We haven't seen this map picked at all. It's kind of I think it's a good Rainmaker map. There's only like 2 or 3 good Rainmaker maps, if we're being totally honest here. obviously there's a couple different ways through mid that you can go, and if you want to be really cheeky, you can go around that fan deep on the right side, which is better if you're doing like a defensive push trying to stall rather than get actual points here. But there's a couple of different ways you can go, and if you're a team that doesn't want to use Stingray, a map that has an option to do defensive pushes can be a good pick for you if you have a huge lead and you just want to bleed out the clock without a Stingray to kind of bail you out there. Galuga's coming back out for Pan Pan, like we saw them use in a Black Belly game, and no real surprises on the side of Sirius either.
Yeah, Sirius, same comp that we've been seeing from them. It's essentially going to be, who can get the picks, who can get the push going with the way that both of these teams have been playing. So right now, both teams going into mid. One going to go down on both teams right now. So it's pretty even right now as both teams are just kind of pushing into mid. The Rainmaker is going to go in the favor of Sirius to start off here, but it is going to get called out right away from Bombo and Pan Pan here. And it's just Friend up. Friend is going to have to back up here. They know that they need those missiles to be safe for their defense. So they're going to have to play this really carefully.
Yeah, a bit of an ill-advised push, just kind of rushing in there without anything ahead of it or a path clear at all. Just trying to force something that wasn't really there was Sirius. But now doing a good job of kind of cleaning up some things, taking down a couple of players. Actually, this is the, what am I talking about? This is the hero side of the map, where they're just kind of partying in the enemy base. Da Vinci doing a good job canceling that splashdown, but they pick up the Rainmaker, and they don't drop it down, so it stays at 43, and Pan Pan being the last player left alive. Finally, Sirius cleans out this threat, and they don't have to do a whole lot to get lead. They basically got to get up that fan, and then just turn the corner there, and they'll have the lead themselves. And 4 specials to work with, and it looks like this Rainmaker will reset. So again, it's just going to come down to, can they find the right window to go up there, and are they going to be patient enough to wait for that window to show itself? With Soup going down as well as Friend, the answer might be no for now.
Yeah, Hero Fan Club recognizing the advantage they have immediately and tries to grab the Rainmaker to start pushing it. The Rainmaker carrier is going to go down, but I think that is okay because Bombo is right there to pop the Rainmaker and continue the pressure that Hero Fan Club has been giving. Hero Fan Club has so much map control right now that they're sitting pretty good right now. They know that Sirius has to come into them if they want to get the Rainmaker. So just kind of stalling out the Rainmaker on the side of Hero Fan Club as Bombo is in control of that Rainmaker and just slowly pushing up, not really having any sense of urgency as they know they're sitting pretty good right now.
Yeah, and you can tell the urgency's all on the Sirius side right now. They're coming directly into that Rainmaker and just getting picked off. Pan Pan having a little bit of a party on the enemy plat right there as they push those bombs, trying to push the enemy Sirius team back a little bit so that they can add to their lead. The Rainmaker does get taken down thanks to the exhaust from the Inkjet of Soup, as the last 2 more players just kind of having a taking control of mid here. But somebody pushes up, grabs the Rainmaker, and adds to the lead. That is huge, because now if you're Sirius, you can't just get the Rainmaker off the fan. You need to go a little good chunk of way as well with it. And a nice pick on Da Vinci that is going to not lead to a whole heck of a lot here, but time is just bleeding away, and Sirius is having a lot of difficulty getting any kind of coordination going right there. You saw a little bit of hesitation even popping the Rainmaker.
It's almost like they can't tell if there's someone sharking around. They're trying to play it really carefully. And look at this aggression from Hero Fan Club. RJ you saw them all just rush in as a pack. They just rushed in and grabbed the Rainmaker and pushed it even more. They're stalling it out so much that Sirius can't even get in a position to think about getting a push in. So, I mean, just the pressure that Hero Fan Club has right now is pretty insane.
Here we go. Heroes Fan Club trying to just bleed out a few more ticks of the clock here, trying to force trying to go into game 4 with a 3-game lead. Da Vinci backed off here in a good position if they want to get something going. But all four players go down with no trades at all, and all 4 purple players on the map. And they're opting to take this Rainmaker again. Now here's the question. Are you going to try to add to your lead, which is already a huge lead, or are you going to do something to try to bleed this clock out a little bit more? You see the Rainmaker just kind of stalling out here on this plat. This is going to force everything back, but yeah, they want people to feed into this Rainmaker, and so far Sirius is falling for the trap because they don't really have much of a choice.
Yeah, they really don't. We're in the last 20 seconds of this match right now. It's just Friend up. Friend gonna go down by Pan here as the pressure from Hero Fan Club is just insane. The jump-ins, the pressure in the last 15 seconds here. I mean, Bombo doing a really good job at just stalling out the Rainmaker and holding it and not pushing it up too much. So we're in the last 10 seconds here. Sirius gonna grab the Rainmaker and, ooh, gonna go down. I didn't see what got them, but they do go down and we're in the last second. Are they able to grab it? Oh, no, they aren't able to grab it.
So here we go. We're staring down a 4-0 sweep by a pickup team over the team that finished second place last month. That's what we're looking at right here. This is a dangerous situation for Sirius to be in, but there is a little bit of light of hope that they can go with here. From now on, if they choose to go with Clan Blitz here and Sirius wins it, Hero Fan Club will be stuck in a situation to where the only mode they can pick for the rest of this set would be Clan Blitz because they've won on the other 3 modes. And Clan Blitz was the best mode that is the only mode that Sirius has been able to take a game away from Heroes Fan Club to this point. So I'm going to be extremely surprised if the oh my gosh, they're going with zones on Skipper Pavilion. Fair enough. I mean, fair enough. Look, they won on that mode before. They want to bring that bubbles back out, and still, even if they win this one, the other team still has to pick Clan Blitz. But yeah, they're picking this exclusively for the bubbles from Da Vinci. That's why they're going with this one.
I could absolutely see that pick for this, and if they won on this previously, they felt good about it. I could definitely see that, but. I think trying to pick a map and mode to the special and weapon like Da Vinci has been playing, I think that's a good start to trying to put together a game plan to take down Hero Fan Club. So I'm really hoping that this will definitely show through for them.
Yeah, it's it has to, or else we're gonna be done early on this Sunday here. 1 game away from Heroes Fan Club to close out this tournament. We're going to be saying that over the course of the next 4 games. If it goes 4 more games or 3 more after this one. This is a bit of an awkward map. You don't see it a ton. Probably the best mode on Skipper Pavilion. And if you're someone who truly cares about this, the team that is Bravo is Hero Fan Club. So they technically have that right hand advantage or whatever. If that's something you care about. But regardless, here's your tournament possibly right here. And if they're going to go down, Sirius wants to go down on Skipper Zones of all places. And there's that squeezer we expected. It's going to be Bubble City here from Da Vinci, which worked out really well last time they played on this map.
Yeah, and then on the other side, Uni actually going to be back on the Tri-Saucer, so the double armor is coming back for Hero Fan Club. Let's see how this plays out, as one is already down on the side of Sirius. Hero Fan Club instantly taking control of the zone here, gonna armor up and do a really good job at guarding the zone. You can see that they have eyes on anyone. Mars forced to jump back here and regroup with their team as the points are just going down for Hero Fan Club right now.
Yeah, this is starting to get kind of scary, and there comes the bubbles, and the bubbles get taken down. The bubbles have no use at all anymore, and Friend coming around that left side, somebody's going to have to create a play, and they do take down the Tri-Slosher, but lose 2 players in the process. Da Vinci coming back up, trying to do something, and the splash not being enough, combined with Soup. There is a 2v2 situation right here, but a nice pincer, Bomb Clot and Pan able to take down Soup, and this is going to look like a tournament-ending push right here. Booyah Bomb coming out from the side of Hero Fan Club. Mars popping that armor. It's desperation time, doing anything they can to pop the zone. Pan going down. The zone still not solved. Finally stalls, and wow, it looked like the tournament was about to end right there. But Sirius digs deep and keeps it going for at least a little bit longer.
Sirius still in it just for a little bit longer here, as now it is Hero Fan Club's turn to try and get into the zone. RJ here going to use this Inkjet to try and get some picks, at least create some space with this Inkjet. Booyah Bomb and armor coming in also from Hero Fan Club. all of those specials are going to take 2 down on the side of Sirius as Friend is stuck down there at the bottom as the last one tried to paint the zone and gets a trade, but the zone is flipped back over to Hero Fan Club's side as we see Bombo down at the bottom painting everything. So now it's going to be quite a task once again for Sirius to figure out how to get back into zone.
Yeah, a good play by them to able to get to 53 remaining, but Hero Fan Club wanting to end this right here, right now. And it's going to be, first step is going to be surviving those bubbles. It looks like 2 players go down as those bubbles get popped, and Armor is coming in as well. Friend getting a nice, I believe that was a missile kill right there, and getting the cleanup there. So the zone does cap back into the favor of Sirius, but Hero Fan Club got to be feeling pretty good here. There's a lot of penalty points before Sirius starts adding some damage, some permanent damage to themselves. You see them taking their time. They got double armor to build with. Inkjet coming out here, and they're combining armor with it, taking down Davinci. That is a huge pick to get. Booyah Bomb coming out as well, and then chasing it with another Ink armor, and this, all of that isn't going to be enough to cap the zone. Wow, penalty points go down. Bomb Clot, that is actually pretty huge that they're able to get a trade off of that, but I can't believe they didn't get control of the zone right there.
I can't either. That was their classic specials that we've seen them take the zone with previously, and it looks like Sirius had an answer to it this time. Friend was right there, ready to paint the zone, help get those picks with their teammates, and now it's getting serious for Hero Fan Club as Pan is trying to figure out a way to get in the zone as they armor up. The Booyah Bomb, the Inkjet come out once again from Hero Fan Club, and finally they do cap the zone as now it is going to be Sirius's turn to get back into the zone, but man, that was a lot of work for Hero Fan Club.
1 point meme rears its ugly head yet again, but look, they don't have a lot in the way of them getting lead right back there. There's only about 20 penalty points here, and they're just daring them to come in with that Booyah Bomb that they're holding right here. But here's all the specials. Missiles, Suction Bomb Rush coming out, and Armor, and now Bubbles. But are they all going to get there in time? Only 3 penalty points. They do! They managed to get there right in time, and they almost get a wipe on top of it as well. Pan able to escape, it looks like, and that is huge because they hold on to this armor. But man, the heartbeat on Sirius. These guys are so clutch in this game. Where has this been the entire set?
That's an excellent question. They are just coming in so clutch right now with the special coordination, with the kills that they need to get. And 2 down on the side of Hero Fan Club right now. 3 down is just Bombo up. As jumps are coming into Bombo, Bombo's trying to do everything they can to hold the zone for their teammates to get into the zone. But Sirius is right there, ready to answer to those jump-ins. And they are pairing up really well. But now it's just Soup up. Soup is the one now controlling the zone, trying to figure out what's the best course of action here. Soup doing a really good job in the last 10 seconds here, jumping back with that bomb rush at the ready.
Yeah, that's the right course of action. Get that special, and they're popping it right now, chucking the bombs over the statue. 1 player going down. Those bombs combined with those bubbles, there's no way Hero Fan Club can survive all that. Sirius survives just 5 ticks on the clock away from going home, scraps together a win, and that's what it takes for them to win 1 game in this set. Now, here's the good news and the bad news. And oh man, Friend 17KA, not enough to get the job done. Nice performance, or actually they're led by Friend 17KA, I should say. But here's the good news, bad news. Good news for Hero Fan Club. You get to pick every single map for the rest of this set. The bad news is you can't pick anything but Clan Blitz because you've won on all the other modes. So if this is the mode, if you feel comfortable with Clan Blitz, so be it. But if you don't, this is going to be a tricky situation that they found themselves in here.
Yeah, this is going to be... They're going to have to really think, okay, what map, since we have to pick Clan Blitz, what map do we feel comfortable with? Or, maybe is there a map that the other team might not play as well on? I think at this point, it might come down to, just what do we feel comfortable on? What do we think that we can do good here as a team and with the weapons that we play too?
Let's see. There's certain maps they can't pick either. They can't pick Art Academy. That was the first game. They can't pick Mako Mart, correct? That was the tower control game. Mm-hmm. What was game? They can't pick. I don't think Anchovy is a map on the Clan. So what maps do they even have to go with here? They got Manta Maria, they got Snapper Canal, they got Shipyard, Wahoo, and Hotel. They only got 5 maps that they can pick from, and they're going with Sturgeon Shipyard right here. Now, keep in mind, you can, if for some reason they were to lose this game, they could pick it again. Like, they could go back to Clam Blitz Shipyard in Game 6 if they feel like they wanted to. I don't think we'll see that. But this is the first map they want to take a stab at and getting this Clam Blitz win and winning this tournament. Obviously, Sturgeon Shipyard, but I don't know. Why do you think they would want to pick this map in particular with the comps that they've been bringing out? Maybe the extra range they have with Pan Pan's Gal?
Yeah, maybe that. I don't, it's hard to say. I mean, I feel like it's a pretty good. I know a lot of people don't like this Clam Blitz map. I personally kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie. So I think it's a pretty balanced. It has that big mid control portion. They've been doing a really good job, and previously, like, taking control of mid and holding it. So maybe they want to utilize that. Maybe they're gonna play a weapon that can, maybe like the Tri-Slosher for those spinners will help them. I don't know, really. Anything in particular.
Once again, still tournament point. Hero Fan Club wins 1. We are ending this tournament right here, right now. Sirius needs to win 3 more in a row if they want to force a bracket reset, and that would be devastating for Hero Fan Club if Sirius could find a way to do that. The comps that we're going to see here, Squeezer coming back out for Davinci, and no real surprise, I guess the Kinsa machine as opposed to the Tri-Slosher that Unison has been busting out every now and then. And RJ dropping the Gal, or the Nautilus, to go with a Ninja Squid K-Shot. It's a little bit more of a frontliner option coming out here from Heroes Fan Club.
Yeah, and right away, as both teams are trying to get control of mid, the Tri-Slosher on the side of Sirius is going to go down, and an instant push has started here from Hero Fan Club. So Pan Pan getting called out, Uni trying to follow up behind Pan Pan to get some clams in, but is going to have to, it does go down, and now I love that Sirius immediately recognizes they have the advantage right now, and they have immediately pushed into mid to add pressure.
Friend kind of popped off that last game, 17 KA, 8 missiles with the K-Shot. Now opting to go with Tri-Slosher, vanilla Tri-Slosher. So a double armor comp coming out here from Sirius. I don't think we've seen double armor from them in this month or last month, if I'm not mistaken. But right now, the advantage is clearly in the favor of Heroes Fan Club, and this is a dangerous situation. Players are just now spotting it. What a response, though, by Friend! I believe getting a triple right there and shutting down a push. Last player forced to back out, said, no thanks, we did the damage we need to do. It looked like they had an opportunity to get a KO right there. They'll settle with 45 remaining. But now, for the first time in this match, or this game right here, Heroes Fan Club is on the defensive.
Yeah, Hero Fan Club on the defense, and armor coming out from the side of Sirius right now. So Sirius has armor, bubbles, and they are getting ready to push through that. One of their members does go down, but Soup, it has this inkjet at the ready to try and just continue the push that's going. Looks like they just need a power climb if they want to get a push started. Friend is going to get that power climb in, but does get called out, and it's just Mars here. So Sirius not quite able to get in the push that they wanted to.
A nice decision there by Mars. You saw Mars hesitate to try to pick up that Mercy Clam, realized they were the last player left alive, and like, no, let's hold on for this for a little bit longer. So a good split decision right there that might pay some dividends later in the set. But they're not getting any value out of that one push they've gotten. One player does go down, that is Friend, but 2 players down. Nice pick there by Pan Pan that can keep things going a little bit longer here, as only 34 points are remaining. More value coming out of the pushes as Pan Pan goes and finds more clams to throw it in. 22 points separating Heroes Fan Club from the Low Ink Trophy, as we see RJ sharking around their own snipe, waiting for somebody to come. Soup recognizes it, as well as the Tri-Slosher making a move, and 2 players immediately go down for Heroes Fan Club. Make that 3. Soup cleaning up, and the last player left alive, stuck in an awkward 1v1, does win it against Davinci, but the basket does open up. Will it be enough for them to get lead right here? It doesn't look like it, as they're completely out of clams, and they don't have the man advantage anymore. Somebody picked up the power clam and is jumping in there. It does get it in, but it's still not enough to get lead, so that should shut down this push right here. Davinci not opting to push in, but damage done. A nice push from the team that needs to get the win here.
Yeah, that was a great push for Sirius. They really needed that, and they needed that momentum on their side. So now they do have to play defense, though. They're going to have to be really careful as Bombo is going to score this clam in. Another one coming in. And just like that, the tournament is going to go to Hero Fan Club.
Wow, that went from 0 to 100 real quick right there. But there you go. In the first low ink with counter picks, Heroes Fan Club, a pickup team that sources are saying is now an official team in Launch Point, but whatever, has won low ink against Sirius, who yet again takes second place in this tournament. What a surprising result here. And what a great win. I kind of talked about, they had to win on Clam Blitz, so they said, okay, let's go to Shipyard right off the bat and do it. And they came out and did it. Nicely done, Hero Fan Club.
Yeah, amazing job. I'm so happy that I got to watch that. If this team, you know, as you were saying, is a pickup, they better be a team now because, man, the synergy that they had together when they played was insane, and I can see them doing great things in the future together.
On the flip side, Sirius, for the second month in a row, fails to get it done. This time, no connection issues. They were able to play it all the way through. It's just, they just ran into the better team today. Hero Fan Club doing a fantastic job. Unison, RJ, Pan, and Bombo Clot all doing their part, all stepping up right at the right time, and just a really strong 4-player team taking down this low ink monster in Sirius here. Prediction results are in, and if you picked Heroes Fan Club, congratulations, you're getting a pretty big payday out there. And I think that's going to do it. The first tournament we've had with counter picks, very exciting matches all day long. So many game 5s we saw on stream, so many crazy situations that we saw as well, and ultimately a low ink that we're all going to remember. Finally, a low ink we're going to remember, not for stupid reasons, but for what actually happened on the field this time around.
Yeah, this has been just a treat to be here and be able to commentate this with you, Popgun. I don't really have any closing thoughts. I mean, that was just amazing to watch and be a part of with you, and I hope everyone watching enjoyed that as much as we did.
Where can people find you? Obviously you're one of the more well-known commentators in the community, but you're talking to maybe a different audience here. So where can people find you and the things that you do in the community?
You guys can find me on Twitter. I'm mostly on Twitter right now, at Rissa High, and I'm on YouTube and Twitch also with that same tag, Rissa High. I usually commentate high-level Splatoon, so this was a nice, really fun, different thing for me to commentate and be a part of. So thanks for having me, you guys.
And you can find me tomorrow. We're going to be recapping this whole tournament on my personal stream, Popgun25, the Popcast. We're going to be talking about a lot of things that happened this weekend, including the the tournament that happened yesterday that I think the people that weren't playing in Low Link were playing in. A lot of interesting things happened there. So be looking for that at 12 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow on Twitch at Popgun25. And that's going to do it for all of us here at IPL. The head TOs, myself and JPEG, our producer Ink Fair behind the scenes, doing a fantastic job keeping up with all of these counter picks and finding all of those crazy flanking ink brush players on these Clam Blitz maps. And all the other staff that we're going to be showing you in the credits going forward that put in a lot of effort across the entire month to make sure that this tournament went off as smoothly as it did. We thank you for watching. Once again, your final score in Grand Finals: Heroes Fan Club defeats Sirius 4-1 to wrap up Low Ink July 2021. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys next week.